right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Township Council regular meeting for January 24th, 2023. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on the Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice. The meeting schedule is set forth in Resolution R-22-245, adopted by the Council at its regular meeting December 20th, 2022, advertised in the official newspaper on December 29th and January 5th, 2023, posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted there. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been made available to the public and is on file with the Office of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Present.
Counselor Price-Abrams?
Present.
Counselor Russo?
Present.
Counselor Schlager?
Here.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present. We'll adopt the agenda with flexibility. Next, we will hear from the department chairs, as we did last week, so everybody has a chance to listen to what they have to say. And we'll turn it over to you, Brian, to do that, and then we'll move forward with the agenda.
I'd like to bring up Ms. Rao, our CFO, and we have Mr. Bob Bernicky, our financial advisor, sitting in the audience. We're going to start with Chief Herman, Fire. Is your mic on, Marcia?
Okay. Good evening. Can you hear me? Yeah. Today's presentation starts with the fire department. The fire department salaries budget last year was $10,078,823. This year they're requesting $11,846,921, which is about $1.6 million more. This includes, correct me, Chief, if I'm wrong.
Maja, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? Year-over-year increase?
Yeah, year-over-year increase is 1.6 million, the request. This request includes 13 new firefighters, 1 new training officer, and 1 new administrative assistant, correct?
Yes, and there will be 1 firefighter if the position of training officer is filled to take the place, on the line of the training officer. That'll be 14.
That's the 14th one. Okay, 14 firefighter. That is the salaries and wages situation, and each new firefighter fully loaded, meaning with the health benefit, pension benefits, etc., they will cost $100,000 the first year and going up to about $150,000 progressing towards the union steps. So that is S&W. In addition to these increased personnel, the budget request also includes $1,375,000 in overtime request. Right. Last year's request was $1,250,000. That's S&W. And the OE. The OE request is increasing from $288,000 last year to $382,550. This OE increase is mainly due to uniform expenses and training expenses for the new personnel that they're requesting. Other than that, there is not a significant change in the OE. So, but the details the chief and the deputy chief are going to explain. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Maja. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Scantlebury. I'm here along with Deputy Chief Wild. Unfortunately, Deputy Chief Duncan had a death in the family and couldn't attend this evening and be with us. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss the MFD and code enforcement budgets this evening. Most operational budget lines remain relevantly flat. However, requested change in our budget lines, notable changes include staffing. The MFD was budgeted for 76 personnel in 2022, down from 89 pre-pandemic. We are requesting to have the 13 positions that were removed from last year's budget be restored, with 1 more firefighter being added. These personnel will enable us to better protect our residents while also providing a safer work environment for MFD personnel. Restoring staff will also consequently reduce overtime expense depending on the time of year the personnel are hired. We have been consistent in our requests for staffing for years and are asking for the training officer position to also be filled. Promotions. Currently, we have 13 promotional positions that are vacant, and we are in desperate need of having those positions filled. The leadership is something that we need and is very important. We have a young department, they need leadership, and we need to get these positions filled. Our overtime is, again, requesting $1,375,000. Education, this changes for the cost of the fire academy for our new recruits, as well as training programs for members of the department. We are trying to keep costs down by sharing costs with other departments, and we've been successful sometime, but we're doing the best we can. Uniforms are required for new personnel, as well as the 13 members that are currently in line for promotion. So you'll see those are our notable increases in those line items. I don't know if we're going to discuss capital at this time, or if there's any questions just regarding the operational things that I just mentioned.
I don't think functionally we have generally. Certainly, though, you're welcome to mention it if you'd like. We haven't for any other department, but you're certainly welcome to mention it, and if it's on your ask list, if you will. Usually that's been one of the questions of what would you really love to see. But for me, I'd ask before you do, can you go back to what are the current overtime costs and what's the request for the upcoming?
So in 2022, we were at $1,150,000 essentially.
And the request is how much?
$1,375,000.
Chief, what's the, if you're adding personnel on, right, and you're getting those positions up, wouldn't that decrease the overtime? Why are you thinking it would be more?
Certainly, it would, Mayor. The only thing that we have to consider is that the classes, the academy classes, usually are in the spring and in the fall. Sometimes they actually get canceled. So right now, the spring class, we have 3 members that are currently in the process of being hired. There is a March class, but we would not be able to get, if we were given permission to hire more personnel, we wouldn't be able to process them fast enough to get them into the spring class. We're looking into other academies. There's a possibility for a June class, but if that doesn't happen, normally we have to wait till the fall. So we just, again, we have to have the funding available unless a decision's made to fund more positions, but if they may not, say they start in the fall, they may not be ready to go into groups till December. So it's just a matter of
Timing.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you want to mention some of your capital things? Or
Certainly. So our again, notable sizable requests are radio upgrades, which would come in at around $1 million. And again, we are in a situation where we really, this isn't one of those things we wish we could have or would be nice to have. We really need these radios. They're not supported anymore. They need to be replaced. The infrastructure needs to be replaced. So that is something that we really need to get accomplished. Also, previously, previous councils have really gotten our fleet up to, improved. Engine 1 is the next one that's due this year for replacement, and that would be around $875. The one thing that, if we could keep in mind, is that right now, apparatus are around 2.5 years out to be built. They were at 3. They've come down to about 2.5. So I've spoken to Ms. Rao about just discussing with our salesperson, if we were given permission to get it ordered, the payment wouldn't be due. So I don't believe, and I don't know how that would work, and that's something that I would discuss with her, is that that may not be something that we have to pay for in 2023. But if we push off ordering it, we're just getting further and further behind. And we don't want to go back to where we were with apparatus falling apart and, you know, pieces in the street on our way to alarm. So, you know, we've, you know, been very successful getting everything, and this is the last one, and then we're in really great shape. We're done for a while.
Yeah, well, I certainly speak for all of us, and certainly previous councils were pretty excited from where we were a decade ago. I remember
Right.
that to where we are now, so good
Right.
stuff.
So the other thing, just to add, you know, Station 3, there were much needed repairs there. We were provided funding, and we're happy to say that the architect has completed the bid specs, that project will be going out to bid shortly. The only thing we're hoping is price-wise that everything that, you know, for the funding that was made available could be finished. So it's yet to see. So that may be something we have to possibly revisit with some extra funds to complete the project.
Okay. All right, I'll open it up to questions. Councilwoman Schlager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Chief, your radio system, you said you need an upgrade. Is the system integrated at all with the police department? Do you share the system?
No,
It's
no.
totally separate?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So they're on the state system,
Okay,
and we are on, you know, the township, our system is a different system.
Okay.
So what will happen is the radios that we would upgrade to would be compatible with the state system.
okay,
So our what happens for us is simply, our radio system works for us here, but when we go on mutual aid, other departments that are on the state system, we can't communicate with. So we would purchase radios that they're called dual band. It would give us the ability to do both.
okay. You talked about your fire apparatus. What about your other fleet of cars? I pass by on occasion, and, you know, I see you have
Sure.
SUVs and other cars. How are you situated for those cars?
Well, one of our asks this year, and I touched on our bigger items, but we do have a pickup truck that had a plow on it that, I mean, it's useless to us now.
Okay.
We need to replace that.
Okay.
But again, right now, our priorities are the radios and the apparatus, but
Okay.
we do have a couple other things on the list here, but yeah, you know, and for the most part, the vehicles are in good shape.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilman Iacobellis.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Chief. Hi, Deputy Chief. I just want to understand on the financials. First, I guess it's a question for Maja. Last week, when we were talking about the budget plan and how much it would be over what we could spend in terms of the caps, did that include these requests or no? It does include these requests. Okay, so it's very good to know. And then I'm just wondering if we could do some sort of financial exercise where we look at the realistic schedule of when new firefighters would be onboarded, and then just, you know, exercise out the actual costs, right? So to your point, if they're not passing an exam and starting until the summer or until the fall, it's only going to be a half a year, right? Or a quarter of a year. So modeling out what the actual cost would be based on, excuse me, the testing schedule, just to understand that versus fully funding the roles for a full year. So I'd like to see that breakdown. I think that would be really helpful for us. And then also the growth of $100,000 for the first year, what it goes up to each year with obviously the raises that are in the contract negotiated. In terms of a little bit related to the staffing, but also the equipment, I'm thinking about just how Montclair has changed and the different types of buildings we have and larger residential buildings, and just the capacity. And I know you're on your way, dial up mutual aid, obviously some other way than using your radios because those are outdated. But just thinking about the surge of presence that you need to have at those buildings, do you feel equipped for that in terms of
No.
the new types of buildings we have going up in town?
Well, there's a lot of variables here, so we're unique in the fact that we have every type of building that you could think of. So some communities may respond to like a 2.5-story frame, and that's all they have, maybe a couple apartment buildings mixed in. We're unique in the fact that we have everything. So we have older buildings, say that are, traditional wood frame buildings that are getting old, which bring a whole host of different issues. We have newer buildings going up that are lightweight construction that can fall in as little as 5 to 10 minutes. We have apartment buildings, but they all bring their unique set of circumstances. But the one thing that has changed for us also is the contents. So where we normally would pull up years ago to say a room on fire with, a cotton furniture, just regular wood, now everything's plastics. And so the fires burn faster, they burn hotter. So there's a lot of different things that go into it. So each building has its own unique set of circumstances, but the contents have changed. And so that proves, gives us a whole nother host of problems. So I could give you an example. I think the latest fire on Norwood Avenue in Inwood, if everyone remembers that. So that's, typical, right? 2.5-story large wood frame building. But, when you ask about our capabilities and the staffing, we don't have enough right off the bat. But now picture that fire 2 o'clock in the morning with people trapped on 3 floors. So it adds a whole nother dimension. And time is of the essence, and you need people. And what happens is, I think sometimes there's a little confusion. We don't do things consecutively. They need to be done concurrently. So it's not like you do this, then go to this, then go to that. Everyone has a task, and they need to be done in concert, and they need to be done concurrently.
So part 2 of my question is just related then to the training aspect of it, because you mentioned hiring somebody to do training. How do you feel today in terms of and I see all the guys in the back of the room. Like, does everybody feel equipped to go? Because I remember you made me crawl through the thing next to your building to see what some of the training exercises were like. And I'm just curious, has the training been upgraded so that everybody feels comfortable going into a Valley and Bloom, for example, or a 2 South Willow? Complex, very long hallways, right?
Sure. So we have done everything we can to train our members. It's constant. Just what's happening again is that we are just, it's constantly evolving. And I've mentioned before, we're an all hazards response agency. So years ago, maybe hazardous materials was something that needed to be dealt with. Then it became technical rescue. Right now, we're faced with, the active shooter incidents and mass casualty incidents, which our members have prepared for. So they work very hard. We do a lot of training. Sometimes it's just a matter of if we have somebody dedicated to it, and there's other aspects of work that need to be done along with that, not just training would be a valuable resource, but what we also could do is maybe instead of having to bring someone in to do some of the training, they could go get a train-the-trainer course, and now we have our own person handling that. So it may take a little while to see the benefits of that, but once they have that training and they can now just provide that on our own, that would be a big help. But like I said, we prepare for everything. Our personnel do a tremendous job, and they keep taking on more and more. And we have to. I mean, we have to be prepared to protect our residents, and they take it very seriously.
Thank you. And just one final question with regard to the radios, like Councilor Schleicher was asking. Is there an upgrade or a version that does become compatible with the ambulance unit and the police department, or maybe those are just in different states as well, and we need to look at a broader upgrade down the road? But I was wondering too about the compatibility in terms of mutual aid, but then also just with our other departments. How do you work through that now when you can't communicate? Is it picking up a cell phone?
I'll let you.
Go through. Just provide some light with that and such. Right now, let's say, for instance, if we need to communicate with the police department, let's say they're blocking a street for us or we need some assistance on a scene, We have to relay that message through dispatch. They'll relay it down to the officer. Sometimes when we get on joint operations and have EMS involved, we don't have the ability right now where we used to years ago when everyone was concurrently on the township systems to all go to common channels where then we can have direct communications, or leadership and administration in the different roles and incident commanders could have their own little network where they can communicate freely and directly. So right now, we don't have that capability to do that. So with the upgrade, with any of the radios that are purchased, with all of them being future-proof, as Chief mentioned before, with being multi-band, they can accommodate those other systems that the other agencies are on, so which will allow interoperability.
So that was, and sorry, this is my final comment. That was a key takeaway of the 9/11 Commission, was the compatibility of devices for emergency services to be able to communicate with each other. So I do think, like, as a township, I'd like to know the status of the police and the ambulance unit radios as well, just see where they're at in their life cycles. And if we're talking about replacing fire departments and those are close, that we look at some sort of holistic solution. And other options that are out there too. I mean, I would imagine the technology has also improved dramatically, and I'm sure you guys are working off what the latest and greatest is out there. But, you know, not for nothing, but I can push a button on my watch and talk to my partner at home, you know, on the walkie-talkie feature. Like, there's a lot of interesting technology out there. So I would just like to see us get to a cohesive place with all of it, because it just seems critical to me that, and also it seems like it would save dollars. Because if you're communicating with each other, it's, we need you, or hey, we don't need you, you can turn around, you can go back, right? Versus everybody jumping in a rig and showing up. It can communicate what the need is. So just something to think about. Thank you.
Any other, Councilman Russo?
Yeah, I read a very strong message from our fire union leadership, which really concerned me, and you've been talking about it now. This radio system is outdated. It's 20 years old. It runs out of date maybe 10 years. Why didn't we do something a while ago? Or had you been asking, and we were maybe not aware of how serious? It sounds like this thing is a collapsed system that needs to be replaced immediately. So if it's going to cost $1 million, or if it's going to cost $2 million, we've got to do that. That's capital, of course. But we've got to address this, because the firefighters that I've talked to and the fire union leadership has been really concerned that this is a neglected old system. Now, besides integrating it with police and the others, I mean, Chief, tell us now. I mean, this is something we've got to, you can order a fire truck, as you said, and maybe pay for it next year. But you got to get the order in. So work that out with Maja. But as far as you needing to get a new system, have you been asking us for this for the last several years, or just came, it seems like something new to me, unfortunately, with all the years I've had. How did we get to the point that it's 20 years old and it's been out of date for 10 years, and there's no way to repair, from what I'm told, the existing system because the parts don't exist? It's like a car that's out of date. Is it critical that we do this now? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, yes, it is critical, and like everything, like I can actually, you know, I could sit here and ask for $5 million worth of capital improvements we need. Unfortunately, we prioritize, right? I mean, we're asked to prioritize. Yes, the radio system needs a replace. Yes, we have asked for it in the past. But again, we don't make those decisions, but it's one of those things where we also needed apparatus that were falling apart. So the decisions that are made, we can't just pack up and go home. So we made the radio system work and did the necessary things we could do under our control to keep it going. But there's some things that are out of our control. So again, like we're doing the best with what we have. Like I said before, the men and women of the department keep forging ahead. But it's one of those things where there's a lot of needs, and we know they all can't be filled at once, or else they would be. But again, we're doing the best we can.
But this is a priority.
And this is a priority.
This is a priority.
As Councilor Yacobelis mentioned, I was mayor during 9/11. What I remember is the communication breakdown among all the different responders, but and not to in any way diminish the police, but the firefighters were the first ones going up that building to save people, and you lost the most. Whenever we do our 9/11 services, you know, Chief, we ring the bell and we do whatever we can to remember, because your firefighters, our firefighters, many of them here went out. When I went with Chief Russo, Tom Russo, no relation again, after that tremendous tragedy, we went to Ground Zero together, and I saw the firefighters, you know. Firefighters very easy to identify with the hats on, but you guys really did a job, and we got to make sure you have the communication equipment, especially if we're servicing another town, Glen Ridge, through a contract. That's important that we have the system to communicate, right?
Certainly.
So I'm just gonna say, that's all I'm gonna say, but
Yeah.
I think we make that a priority.
Well, I could say that I'm certainly proud of each and every one of them for doing the job they do, and with these things in mind, they just keep, like I said, forging ahead. So they'll do whatever they need to do to protect our residents and the residents of Glen Ridge, and they should
Hey,
be
you got my
commended for
mother
that.
out of the 6th floor of the Bel Air House one time. She was 99.
Right.
You guys sent the ladder up.
Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, Deputy. I'm just curious with regard to the mutual aid piece, because I realize that's an ingoing and an outgoing, you know, so sometimes we need to receive aid from others, and obviously sometimes we are dispatched, your team is dispatched elsewhere to support. Is there data on how frequently, you know, the force that we've marshaled, you know, it's appropriate, we do that for the neighbor that needs? How often are we sending folks? How often are we receiving support?
I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but I could get those for you tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
I mean, it's frequent.
Both ways, or not so much?
It goes both ways, yeah. And again, if they come here, you know, they can't speak with us, and if we go there, we can't speak with them, and, yeah,
Well,
so it's frequent.
No, the radio issue isn't the part I'm thinking about, just in
It
terms
just
of, the
come
force
in-
itself and how
Yes.
often, I mean, I'm not suggesting you may not need to bolster the force. I don't know where the dollars will be, and that's yet to be, understood. But in terms of more than a skeleton crew, you need a robust crew. But at the same time, at what point can we rely on the neighbors in the way that they rely on us? And I don't know, are we seen as, are we bigger than the neighboring firefighting
No.
teams in any way?
Yeah, I guess if I can answer this in a way that, it's one of those things where mutual aid's not always available either, and we really shouldn't depend on them. But again, us getting there timely with the sufficient amount of members to handle what we can at the moment is very critical. And so I could give you examples, like during storms, things like that. They're just come over the radio and say there's no mutual aid available because everyone's handling their own issues. Or you may call for mutual aid and the apparatus you thought was coming can't. So that's all time. And, it's just a matter of things don't, then things keep progressing. And so, yeah.
And my other question, I think you mentioned Firehouse 3, which I think is the one we toured together
Yes.
over in Schwayne. So could you just elaborate a little bit more on the status of, I know that there were funds put aside,
Yes.
Could you just elaborate a little bit more on that project?
Sure. So the bid specs were prepared, and the architectural firm will be sending them to Mr. Dineros within, I would imagine, the next couple weeks to be put out for bid. So these were for the structural repairs. So included in that, the bid specs were the bricks on the outside need to be, the cement is pretty much missing from a lot of the areas. So that was put in as another project also that needs to be completed. So we're just hoping, that we have to see if the bids come in that are sufficient to get the structural repairs done along with the bricks, so we won't.
It's not structural, that's more.
Well, it's structural in a way that it's like holding the bricks.
then it's not, it is structural.
So, but again, it's one of those things where there was steel, like the steel and the wood framing all had to be repaired. So we're just, it's a matter of if the bids come in higher than the brickwork could be done, we may be back asking, because again, we need to fix the problem, because then you have water coming in and ruining what you just did.
So I'm sorry, so that was all the interior work? I know we had looked at it together
Yes.
quite a while ago, but,
Yes. There was painting done, but not the structural members, the steel, the wood framing that needed to be repaired. None of that has been done.
Okay.
So, we're at that point now where we're just getting it advertised to get the project going.
well, being that that's in my neighborhood, I want to acknowledge anybody who's in and out of that structure and in that space. I appreciate you and know that you're there when we need you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Cummings?
In regards to that firehouse, is that the entire design that we looked at where the parking was increased and then we were looking at giving back some of that's the structure that we looked at? So
That's the firehouse, but the project that was being considered was to completely restore the firehouse and then to add another bay where the parking is right now. And, that just came in, I guess, it was just too expensive to fund.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
In regards to the radio systems, so I guess the question, which was kind of mentioned and hinted at, is it possible for you and the police to get on the same system?
It is, so what would be ideal for us is, the difference for us is, we do a lot of our work inside buildings. So our system that we have works very well for us, and it gives us the coverage that we need. That's why we would purchase the dual band radio, so it gives us the best of both worlds. It gives us what we know that we're used to using and we're guaranteed to be able to speak. That it gives us that. And then on the other, if we needed to speak with the police, we would just change to a different channel and have the ability to do that. So it gives us really the best of both worlds. And what it does too, I mean, it's a mechanical or however, we could describe, but things break. So say our system went down, for a component went down, we could switch to the other system and vice versa. It would give us redundancy.
Okay. And other townships our size, what are they doing? What type of system are they using?
Some use the state, everyone uses something different. So they all are kind of doing what they need to do. So,
Like, for example, West Orange just upgraded their system. Other towns moved over to the state. Each one's figuring out what is going to work best depending upon their coverage area. Part of the state system, it depends upon where the radio towers are. And there's none in Montclair. There's some surrounding Montclair, but there's none here. So that's why we're confident our system can provide us the best radio coverage comparatively. With other towns, don't have an issue. Some are having issues. They had rollover, and now they're discovering different things.
Okay, you're talking about using the dual system at the chief. That's why you're specifically
Correct.
asking
Yeah,
for
that's
that.
what I was going through. So we just to emphasize the point, to your point, some towns are deciding to remain on their own, and that's the same what we're doing.
Okay, so Council Russo, I had made reference to this letter we got from the union chief, and he made an analysis where he said, if you were at 90, OT would go from 1.2 to 150,000.
oh, right.
So that's accurate?
Well, I don't know, how that number came to. I could tell you that in 2019, our overtime was 435,000. So the things that we.
And what was how many firefighters did you have in 2019?
It
It had to be around 86 or 87, because we were on because that was a discussion we had in public safety, when I think.
In 21, we were at 80. So in 19, we probably, we had a lot of retirement, so we would have had more firefighters. The one thing that we do also consider is that, if we just eliminated, say, our overtime, what happens when there's storms?
Right. I want to just when I see that number, that's a tremendous drop.
Certainly.
And so I just want to make sure that it's accurate.
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay. Because the overtime costs, to your point, have been averaging around 450 to 500,000. in 18, 19, and 20. So that's why I was like, whoa, that doesn't seem right. So based on you telling me that you don't know where it comes from, then, nobody does.
Well-
And then, go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead.
No, part of the analysis is to take a look at a comparison of actual data from some of the years, and to say, okay, if there was 21 per, in the group, or 20 per group, and to try and do a retrospective analysis backwards to say, if we already have this hard data that says this many people off for whatever the reason, and trying to stay out of the middle of the COVID years, or just trying to look at quote-unquote normal, is say, all right, if we had this many on, these are how many absences, for lack of a better word, or vacation spots, or whatever could be absorbed, and looking at that, and then looking back at how many were on overtime for that, and it was gone through. So it was a cursory look into this to say, hey, if we had this, here's what would be based upon actual absences, actual personnel missing from from the seats at those times. So it actually try and map it to some hard data, and then looking at the rates from there. So it's not meant to be an exact science. It's not going to go through, but it can easily show with a reasonable degree of certainty of a tremendous reduction based upon different staffing levels, and just trying to compare it against hard facts.
Yeah, but I think 1.2 to 400,000 is a significant reduction too. But 1.2 to 150,000 is incredible. And so that's why I just wanted to make sure that I thought, Chief, that you had agreed with this. So that's why I asked the question, because we've never had that low amount, even when you had more firefighters. So that was one thing. I think I heard you say that the 13 promotions that are vacant and haven't been filled. But again, when we get into conversations we had, and I hope you can tell me this, have people been put in acting positions? Those 13 that were on the promotion list?
No, they've just been reassigned.
By-
So they are not placed in long-term acting positions.
So what's the cost of their reassignment?
The cost would be whoever, the cost would be not for just specific people. It's for the people that are acting that day. So every day that if an officer is off, someone acts in their place.
Right, but I just want to get, so in the decision to reassign, did you reassign all 13 who were supposed to be promoted?
All 13 were reassigned, and yeah, I don't know, I'll defer to Mr. Burr as far as personnel matters, if I should speak on those.
Not to specific individuals, you should not speak on those matters. No.
But in terms, okay, so my question is, what is the cost? What has been the cost of that? And then I'm assuming that won't change 2023. So what would be the budgetary cost of that for 2023?
Well, 2023 would be the cost of what their position would call for if they're promoted.
Right.
The rank that they are being promoted to.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would be the cost. So if it's a firefighter being promoted to lieutenant, or a lieutenant to captain, or a captain to battalion chief. And then again, I don't know how much I could speak to this, so.
Well, so, and call me or tell me to be quiet when I need to be. But, because I'm concerned here that, it seems that the who were on the promotion list have been put into a different position.
Mr. Cummings, I think we're beyond the scope
Okay.
of what the purpose of the presentation.
All right, so then
We're
it's
talking
about
about
budget, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So if you're making a budgetary point, then I think
All right,
that
so-
would be acceptable. But once we start moving into particular positions for particular individuals,
Okay.
especially in the climate that we're in, that I would advise that we don't have those specific discussions at this time, that we just stick to the budget.
All right, well, one more, with a budgetary question. Would the tune of $260,000 be about right
What for?
with the folks being reassigned?
I'd have to just.
All right, can you check on that, please?
Certainly.
All right. No more questions now.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, Chief, do you and all of your team want to say a big thank you for the work you guys do, and certainly we appreciate your requests coming forward here. You know, we certainly will consider all of this, but certainly on behalf of the township, we know the great work that so many do in the town. You guys are a huge part of that, and we commend you and thank you and appreciate all your efforts, and thank you both.
Thank you.
So I don't know, do you want to, the code enforcement budget, do you?
Yeah, we should add that piece of it if you're going to do that now.
Certainly.
Okay, please, yeah, do.
Okay, so that budget is flat, except for the request for one more full-time person. Deputy Chief Wild could speak to that, the reasons for that. And the other thing would be capital, again, is they're in desperate need of vehicles. Like the question, Councilor Slit, they need vehicles. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Chief. Can you bring that to the vehicle list? Specifically, the request for the additional inspector for code enforcement was one to bolster their staff. Several years ago, there was 4 full-time plus a supervisor. Now, currently, it's a supervisor, 1 full-time, in the process of hiring another one, and then that only gets us to that level. We supplemented over the past years with part-time inspectors, which has helped also expand services, a few nights, some weekend coverage, able to provide some of that also. But the main workload obviously happens during the week. And with one of the concerns with the new lead law that is coming up, the amount of inspections that are going to be mandatory to happen within the next year and a half prior to, I think it was prior to July of '24. Currently, as it's stated, and we can provide more information later on, that all rentals have to be inspected. There's a little over 2,000 or so rentals within Montclair that are registered, at least that the code enforcement office knows of, I should say. So, and then with others that are coming online, those have to be inspected. If we're in the house already, or the code inspectors are in the house already for a change of tenancy inspection, for safety inspections, they can do the testing for the lead at that time. But all the others are going to have a separate appointment set up, so there's going to be an additional, cost to the personnel to try and get all this accomplished, along with just the regular inspections and everything else that's coming up with housing and such. So another full-time code enforcement officer is absolutely needed to help accomplish for them. With the chief mentioned with the vehicles itself, the code enforcement office absolutely needs vehicles. Right now, they're borrowing one now of the fire department's older ones, just to try and supplement the stuff. But right now they have a 2002, a 2007, a 2008, and another 2002. They have one that's a 2018, and another one that's a little bit, and they're borrowing one of the other 2010s that are with it. These are obviously causing a huge increase on maintenance. If you talk to the shop, there's going to be the repairs that are constantly coming up with this. We just can't support the garage continue to support 20-year-old vehicles, 15-year-old vehicles, 18-year-old vehicles with that and such. These are ones, they need the vehicles to have them there so they can get on the road and continue to do their proactive inspections. So the request, for that we'll be putting in for is to replace them, similar vehicles, escapes, same ones that we see, here within, the township already. A smaller pickup truck so they can remove, debris and trash and different things that's needed with that. So the requests will be for that to really get us back up to speed with some of those vehicles. But again, 2 of them were already taken out of service for this year for safety concerns, so we need the replacements.
For the staffing piece, are you talking about, so the additional position would be in addition to the part-time individuals to allow that flexibility to continue?
Yes, the part-time would absolutely stay, yes.
Okay.
Can I ask just to clarify, I missed the number when you said it before. You said it was previously 4 FTEs and a supervisor, and then what is it now?
Currently, there was 2 full-time, 1 and then 1 supervisor. The supervisor left. One of the full-timers was moved up to supervisor, and that supervisor spot is currently being filled. So that's the current as far as the full-time staffing, and then there's 5 part-time positions. And 2 of those are vacant right now, and those are going to work on being filled also.
Councilman Yakubels?
Thanks, Mayor. Deputy Chief, in terms of the lead inspections, I don't know if, and forgive me if you're not familiar with the new law, I'm not, so I'm asking you because I don't know if there's some mechanism for, is somebody paying a fee for that inspection, or is that just something that the local government's expected to do? Do you happen to know?
I can get you more information about that.
Okay.
Or
if, I don't know.
I don't want to speak entirely how the fee structure is.
Okay.
Supervisor Code is working on that and coming up with a plan to, to account for that, but there is a recoup cost to help offset.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. I'd be curious about that. And then just general, from Mr. Scantlebury, do we have a car share, some sort of car share program? Because I think, we've observed a lot of times there's cars in the parking lot, and I just wonder if there's like a sign in, sign out. I know they're obviously at a different facility.
The short answer is no, but that's been a conversation, a recent conversation.
Okay, yeah, because that's sort of what I'm thinking, guys, too, and I think Councilor Schlager, a bunch of us have thought of this, as well as you come to this parking lot, a lot of days there's 10 cars or more sitting in the parking lot. So even if cars are assigned to staff, that if the staff's not there that day, that there's some general, one of my many old jobs, I literally had a whiteboard with the license plate, the day of the week, and the keys would hang, and I would write the name of the person taking the car out for the day, like they would reserve the car for the day, kind of a thing. And now, of course, you can digitize that with Google or whatever, so it's just something for us to be thinking about instead of jumping right to getting new vehicles. Maybe there's existing vehicles that aren't being used that we can figure out how to get you to be able to use. Thanks.
Any other questions on code enforcement?
Yeah, the lead pipe, is that the conversation we had a while ago about the houses to the street?
No, this would be for lead paint.
Okay, lead paint, all right.
Pipes is water department.
Any other questions? Code enforcement? All right, awesome.
Thank you,
gentlemen.
Chief.
Appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Mr. Abzarni, utilities?
Okay. The next one is everybody's favorite, utilities. Right? Yeah. Okay, Gary is going to discuss all three utilities. I'm just going to give you some very quick summary. Water utilities budget in 2022 for 9.6 million, and it is in 2023 it's approximately 10 million. That's the water utility. Sewer is last year it was 9 million, and this year is going to be a little bit under. And a little bit under, mostly because if you remember, all the utilities, we are self-funding all the capital, fully funding. So whatever the reduction is going to be in the capital project, he already has a lot of projects lined up already, and the funding is allocated. So parking utility budget was, last year was 5.1 million. It's going to be less now, 4.7 million. Last year we used about $800,000 of ARP funding, and we used those mostly for capital projects. Some of them are still ongoing. There are some funds are still set aside. This year we are continuing to work on the same projects. There are no new initiatives with regard to smaller ones are there for the parking utility capital. Other than that, there is not much. Parking utilities also planning to hire some additional parking enforcement officers for overnight enforcement. That is one major thing we are in the process of discussing. That aside, Gary, it's all yours. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gary Abzarni. I am the Director of Utilities and also licensed operator for the water and sewer utilities. A quick synopsis of what the water utility looks like. We have 2 pump stations that each one is available to pump 16 million gallons a day. We have 2 tanks. One is 1.5 million, the other one is 2.5 million. We have 3 municipal wells. We have 100 miles of pipe, which vary from 6 inches to 24 inches. Electrically, we can pump 18 million gallons a day if necessary. That's having 2 larger 500 horsepower pumps so that we can maneuver during maintenance, or during a heavy draw, we can actually turn on both pumps. We have approximately 1,000 fire hydrants that are flushed every year. We have 10,300 water services, which we talked about the lead pipe. We sample for some of the following: haloacetic acids, trihalomethanes, PFAS, VOCs, volatile organic compounds, water quality parameters. We do about 720 bacteriological samples every year. We have to comply with UCMR, unregulated contaminant monitoring rule. We also do radionuclides and arsenic. That is just some of the stuff that we'll sample for every calendar year. As you're aware, in 2022, we had some issues with a 72-inch water main, which actually caused quite the issue for about 10 days, 10 calendar days, and we are in the process of going out to bid to install the pipe. We have all the material for the backup line that will go to Passaic Valley Water Commission. The pipe is in stock, all the fittings are available. We have to scour the country to get everything. Since we have everything now, we will go out to bid. So by the end of April, we should have the availability of 7 million gallons a day from Passaic Valley Water Commission that we can use as an emergency interconnection during another catastrophic failure of the 72-inch. Should I go to sewer, or do you want to talk about water more?
You could just talk
I would
about
say-
Randwell. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just Randwell, timeline, capacity.
Randwell is 400 gallons a minute, which is a little over 500,000 gallons a day. I was just on the phone with Mikey Sherrill's office. We're going back and forth about the financing and the availability of items to start moving forward with that process. There'll be permitting due. PFAS is not the issue of the treatment, it'll be the perchlorates. Right now, there is no MCL, maximum contaminant level perchlorates. Also, the vessels that do that are between 8 to 12 months out. So if I ordered it tomorrow, I wouldn't see it most likely till next year. So we're trying to deal with the state. Well, I'll be moving forward to deal with the state on the perchlorate issue and also the PFAS issue. We have to wait until it's approved, finally approved, then the funds start moving in before I can start expending the funds to start the project. So it's most likely a 2024 startup. But nevertheless, we are moving forward with that project. And there could be between 3 and 4 vessels out there, most likely 4. So we'll do granulate activated carbon, and then we'll probably do an ion exchange for the perchlorates. So that'll be additional to what you see existing, which is a stripper tower at this time for the volatile organic compounds.
Roughly, what's the percentage of our daily consumption that you said it's 500,000 gallons per day?
So that would do 500,000 gallons a day. So we would only run that during the summer. I wouldn't run it because when we have contracts with the North Jersey Water District, which we're an owner and a contract, we pay for it whether we take it or not. So financial-wise, I always want to take their water before I start making my own. So I always try to take our own, depending on what the weather is, what the demand is, we'll start bringing the wells on. Normally, we run the wells during the summer months, and depending if there's a drought earlier or afterwards, we'll keep them running.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just asking in terms of another catastrophic failure, what our capacity would be in terms of being able, both what we're getting from the Passaic Valley and then what we would get from Randwell.
If we had Passaic Valley, let's again, with the pump curve, we're looking at curves, here's the issue. Passaic Valley Water Commission has a 16-inch tap, which we'll run at 20 to lose all the, we'll run at larger pipes so there's no friction losses. And then we'll go back to a 16-inch to go into the pump station. And we're expecting, depending on what their pressure is at coming for us, we'll get between 5 and 7 million gallons a day, which would absolutely take care of an average day. Adding the wells is because if there was another catastrophic failure during the pump stations, those go into the different zones of the drinking water. So we have a high zone, a middle zone, and a low zone. High zone is North Mountain up, South Mountain up. Middle zone is from that north-south mountain going down to Grove Street. From Grove Street down to Glen Ridge is the low-pressure zone. The low-pressure zone feeds Watchung Avenue Pump Station, which now feeds the middle and the high-pressure zones. The 3 wells, Glenfield is in the low, Rand is in the middle, Lorraine is in the high. So we can feed directly into each one. And the other nice part about those are we can actually help modulate the chlorine residual. So if we're getting less of a chlorine residual, we actually increase the well chlorine, and we can mix that and get a better chlorine residual throughout the distribution system.
Thank you. Should have taken your class in college.
We don't need that. We don't need that well at Carey's Woods, do we?
I have no comment about the Nishuane well.
Years ago.
Wouldn't always hurt, but we don't need it. Right now, you have firm capacity of over 1 million gallons a day.
We don't need it.
But we are leasing water at the same time, just so you're aware.
Put that in writing.
How does that, Gary? I know one of the pieces with the state requirement is storage and having it in tanks and the amount we need. And where are we at with that, and where do
So,
we need to be?
after this exercise, we have right now 4 million gallons in capacity, and our average day is a little under 5, or a little over 5, depending on the year. So they will be most likely reevaluating a lot of the, one-day availability allocation that we have in storage. So when we talk about my wish list, I have quite the wish list for you. We can talk about the additional storage that we're looking at, and even designing them now and putting them on the side for additional funding. I know Councilman Russo always talks about unfunded mandates. I got lots of them. I got lead. We can talk about lead also. We'll be doing, I'm going to mix capital with operating, I guess. We'll be going out in the next few weeks for bid for installing meters. And those meters will be on our inventory of which are unknown, what's coming through the wall of the house. So we'll change the meter, we'll do a lead swab test, and that way we'll know a truer inventory of what we have to deal with. Previously, the town was only liable from the main to the curb, not from the curb to the house. But by the time 2031, we have to be able to say that we got rid of all the lead. So how we go about in the future to do it will be on the governing body. Whether we'll give a set amount of money, whether we do it, whether they have to do it, we'll have to figure that out. Without a proper inventory, I don't know what the value and that cost of doing that is. So the inventory is one of the first process we'll do, and then I can give you a better estimate of what the total value of that would be to fix everything. So we're hoping to have a better inventory by the end of this calendar year, depending on how well people let us into their homes and how we have to move forward in getting in there, doing the tests, and getting out. Also, meters, I ordered them already. Some have come in, not all of them have come in yet. So I don't know what the supply chain issues will look like in the future. I'm being told I should have everything by June. So 1,200 were on order. I have about 600 in stock right now. Now, do you want to go with wish list for water, or you want to move the sort?
Let's hear your water wish list, and then go to sewer.
Water wish list, good. What we're looking for is a new 1 million gallon tank in the high pressure zone. What we have now is a 2.5 million gallon existing tank, but to take it out of service, and it will be out of service for a minimum of a year, I should have an additional tank there. Back in the 70s, there was another tank there. They removed it, and they never replaced it. So I will look to replace that tank, put a 1 million gallon tank, survive off of that for the year while they install the other wish list, which is replacing the 2.5 million gallon tank, which has probably about a $6 million number on it right now. So if we had the 1 million gallon tank and the new tank, we would put a pump station in between, because we have basically some capacity that you can't use. Once we go below 27 feet in the tank on top of the hill, residents at the top of the mountain start losing pressure. So what we were looking at doing is taking the 1 million gallon tank, lowering that, using the 2.5 million, bring it down to a certain point, and then refill the 1 million gallon tank with additional storage in the 2.5 million gallon tank into the other 1 million gallon tank to give them pressure. There's a couple good things that happen there. First of all, we're replacing water, so water temperature changes, which helps relieve the trihalomethanes and haloacetic acids that form when water sits in the tank. And that's a compliance issue. DEP is talking about lowering those standards. We meet the standards right now. If they talk about lowering them, it'll be closer. Right now, I have a mixer in there that actually mixes the water in there, but we have to still modulate the tank during certain times of the year. So during the summer, I'll keep the tank full 2 days, lower it down to 32 feet, and then try to fill it up at night when power is cheaper to modulate the water, give it better temperature, give it less age, to keep the water quality higher.
Can you repeat that in English?
I fill up the tank, let it lower, then fill it back up with fresh water.
There you go.
Because, when you go into the summer and the reservoir is low, the water temperature increases that we receive from North Jersey District. You might have noticed this summer when it was very low, the cold water is just not quite as cold as it used to be. That also changes the water quality in the distribution system, meaning all the pipes in Montclair and also in the tanks. So we have to modulate it more often to keep that water of a higher quality so it doesn't age. What happens is the chlorine in the water degrades and causes those trihalomethanes and haloacetic acids to form.
Gary, quick question for you. If we put those two tanks, your wish list pieces, we then meet the state requirements for storage capacity
Yes.
with that action?
No.
No.
I would also increase the tank off of Murray Street and Briar Hill. There's an underground storage tank there that holds 1.5 million.
Okay.
There is additional space for another, probably 500,000 gallons that we can add, another chamber to that tank.
Gary, oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, what's the time frame under the state regs that we have to meet the new requirements?
I have no dates on that
We
as of
don't
now.
have dates specifically?
I'd much rather be proactive than reactive,
No,
so at least we're
understood.
talking about it now.
Okay. Councilman?
Would it be possible to get just a simple little bar graph, or you can just write duration next to it, each tank, the current lifespan that you would project? Just to, I'd like to juxtapose, what's the lifespan? If we said yes, how long would it take to actually order for you to do the project, right, to install something? Because what I'm trying to understand is, I hear you on the $1 million, the 1 million gallon tank for the high pressure zone, to buy you essentially the time and the capacity to fix the 2.5 million, but what's the lifespan of the 2.5 million that we have right now? Is that, we're
It was
like
installed
3
in the-
years away from?
It was installed in the 20s.
Okay.
And just for clarity on that,
It's
Councilman,
mineral rich.
tell me if that's what you're hearing, because I heard it with the councilman. We would need eventually, when you get them both back online, the 2.5 million and the 1 million to help meet our capacity, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other underground one.
And
you
the
were
other ones, right,
mentioning.
okay.
Okay. So just a list of those,
Sure.
and the sequence in which you do them and the cost, just so we can, I just want to look at that against all of our other capital wish list items.
Sure, not a problem at all.
And I can clearly see you've got a lot more on your wish list here that we keep cutting off on. Do you-
No, we can
No.
skip some of the stuff. if you wish.
Well, this is your chance to share what it is.
Well, some of this actually
We're
has
not
to
going
do
to
with,
necessarily grant all of them because we can't
It's a
afford
big
it. but
piece of paper
we'll-
you got there again.
I'm getting older, I can't see the big print anymore. We also have to deal with West Orange. There's an interconnection available there that is an old 6-inch on their side. So I'm almost going to have to negotiate with New Jersey American Water, so they increase it, so we can either give them more water or they can give us more water. We're only getting about 300 to 400 gallons a minute out of there during the 72-inch, and we really should be getting closer to 1,000. So I don't know their distribution system, but I also know our distribution system is a little choked off, and that way I can't push more water in if I did have to. We had an auxiliary pump there, or a fire truck there. So with a fire truck, we can push about 1,000 gallons a minute from distribution system to distribution system, depending on the pressures and depending on the time of the day, because the pressures vary. You can get as little as 90 PSI and as high as 120.
Councilman Schlager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Gary, when you're looking at your future needs, are you taking into account approved development projects that are currently approved and potentially approved projects coming down the pike? Does the planning department consult with you when these projects are coming up?
At times. We also look at it too. We do have available capacity. So it's called firm capacity. So we have a firm capacity, meaning our allocations, our wells, except minus the biggest one in case one well was off, right? They make you always miss one well. So your largest well is always theoretically offline when you're trying to do your firm capacity. So if one well is off, it's always going to be the theoretical largest one.
Would that be, what about our infrastructure with new development that's been approved and potentially down the pike? Is our infrastructure?
Infrastructure's
Going
there.
to,
We should be replacing it, and we are. So I don't want to mention no names, but we do have pipes available for, I guess we were talking about Lackawanna?
What's one of them?
That's one of them. Well, just like Bell Street, when they built that, we weren't ready, right? We had to change the 12-inch main to install Bell Street when that occurred.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. So as long as you have the water, I can find a source or a larger transmission line to bring to it. Well,
So like, so on Bell Street, that was a long time ago.
Yep.
I don't know if we were here at that time. Who pays for that? If the infrastructure has to be upgraded and,
It depends on the developer agreement. And if we get in there, which we did that time, they paid for, I think, 3/4 what we paid for a quarter back then. Sometimes I'll do a deal, that we'll make the deal with them. We'll supply the material, they install it. It really depends on each development and what the need is, right? If I have a 4-inch line, which was undersized, I can get them to install a 12, which will help us because now we go in from Valley, we refed Valley, and we also refed Bloomfield Avenue to make that water available. So it's a big benefit to the township for fire flows.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to jump in here on that because Bell Street was much smaller than Lackawanna.
Correct.
So when Councilor Schlager's asking, development that may happen, you say you have capacity, but we've never had anything this big developed. So
That is true.
are you able to confidently say that you're going to be okay, or do we need to have in the agreement with the developer, the need to help you provide what he or she or they need?
Well, a little secret is that actually they might have to move a water main going through that property, which is a 16-inch. It's a main transmission line going through down to Elm. So there is a large line there, and I might have to reconfigure the intersection to connect to the 20 to go across into Bloomfield Avenue, go across the street.
Are they aware of this, or?
The previous
just-
projects were, yes.
So I opened a can of worms? Okay.
No, not a problem. Someone's got to move it.
Well, that's a good question, Bob. So have you considered looking at that area to see what may be required? Like you just brought that up?
I did it when the previous developer was looking at it.
But this is like,
We had a new discussion with the newer one, but I was really waiting for more of a final envisionment of that. It seems to be varying on and off, and I don't want to get too deep into something that I don't know what they're doing. I spent a lot of time with the first developer, and then at the end, he walked away. So I said to myself, well, that was an exercise, but nevertheless, kind of a waste.
But don't look at it that way this time.
So have you met with the developer of this new project?
I have.
You have? Okay.
I have.
Okay. So one other question, what about our schools? So we just had this referendum that passed for quite a lot of money, and the schools are going to be upgraded in various ways. I would assume water. Every school has water.
Every
We have
school's
11
water.
buildings. So will you be working with the schools? I mean, will they confer with you, and do you think?
They
Have you done
haven't
that in the
yet.
past?
No, we haven't, no one has had an issue with water. We deal with the schools when they reopen, generally. They flush their whole system out, since it's been
okay.
basically dead all summer. So
Right.
we worked with some of the janitors and let them make sure they flushed out the system, so there was fresh water within the distribution system. We worked with them on the lead issue, because that goes back and forth on who owns that mess. So at this time, well, you had to do all the water fountains many years ago. So we were in all the schools for that.
Right.
And the state keeps moving it from whoever has to have the compliance is part of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Gary.
Right. But also, just so you're aware, we also install phosphates into the drinking water, which is corrosion control. Basically, what that does, it lines the pipe to help stop the lead from leaching out. So that is something that we inject, and we have to measure that every week, or every 2 weeks, we measure that. As we're installing it, we do, but since we're buying bulk water throughout the distribution system on any inlet, we have to do that every 2 weeks.
Mayor, I have one last question, which deals with the connection. You said you had a connection with West Orange, but now what about the connection with Montclair State University? Was there ever any problem in the past, I recall, or was Little Falls supplying the water? Did you have to help out at one point when they did a lot more construction? The university's been doubled in size over the last 10 years, so is there anything we get involved with at Montclair State?
Absolutely. We have a 10-inch meter with a 2-inch turbine meter on the side that feeds that. There's also 2 or 3 other 6-inch meters that feed that campus. That campus is broken down into blocks, because as you're well aware, it kind of grew in sections. So the last one you're talking about is what Capstone did the redevelopment. That's when we did the water and the sewer for that. That's when we ran the sewer line down Mount Hebron Road, going all the way down to Yannicka Brook and out that way. That was during the Capstone project. I think it was 1,000 units for the students. I think we did that. That was that one.
So the new dorms, had to serve the new dorms.
I served the new dorms with both water and sewer.
Thank you, I didn't want to get
Counsel-
into too much of that.
Councilman Yacobelis.
And just to follow up on that, we've talked about a couple different connections now. The Glen Ridge connection, what we're charging them, when's the last time we've increased our rates?
We're in negotiations. We're not negotiations. We're dealing with them right now about that.
Okay.
That will be moving forward soon.
Is that a utility decision or is that a governing body
It
decision?
will be a governing body decision. We will make a recommendation.
Okay. It's for water rates for Glen Ridge customers. Thank you.
Not for their customers, it's for the bulk sales. So basically, they own part of North Jersey District, and we wheel the water or move the water for them from our pump station to the border. So we don't deal with the customers, we deal with the bulk rate.
The bulk rate.
It's
Okay.
their water. We don't pay for their water, they pay for their water, we move it for them.
Got it. Thank you.
But that costs us something to do that.
Absolutely it does.
Are they paying us, Glenn?
Yes.
Enough?
Are they paying us right now?
Enough?
Yes. Enough? It'll be reevaluated, and we can make that decision. You'll have that probably in the next few months.
Any other wish list items you have on there?
No.
So Gary, how does it, I know you've been one of the ones for many years to make sure we're up on all of the infrastructure work that often is very expensive, right, and the rate at which we're doing these things. Where do you see it positioned in terms of how many of our pipes we've been able to do, whether it's lining, replacement, et cetera? You know, obviously we've seen it directly. We're impacted by so many of the towns around us in a lot of these instances. So there's only so much you do when your pipes are in a better condition, but others aren't. But where are we at, I guess, if your snapshot assessment of the progress we're making there?
Well, first of all, we're following compliance, which is a little less than a mile a year. We do approximately a mile a year. COVID, we had issues. Right now, we actually canceled the job on Bloomfield Avenue because of the restoration that they did before us. Right now, I have almost 2 miles of pipe on the ground. I'm getting ready to put out another job that we'll be doing. First will be the 20-inch installation for the pump station for the backup water. Then we're probably going to have to move down to Willowdale area and a couple other streets to get those areas done. What happens is when we flush, we watch the flow rates, and if we see any issues with flow rates, what'll happen is an old valve can actually fall. So basically, it's a sluice gate or like guillotine that it goes down and shuts it off. But if they break, it can close it off, and it'll shut off the flow when we don't know which valve broke. So we noticed in an area by Willowdale that 4 valves closed off the area. The fire flows are okay, but I shouldn't be able to close it down with 4 valves. So that'll probably be one of the next projects that we'll be doing, is off of Willowdale. And then we'll do each neck that goes into each street and put a firefighting hydrant on each corner. So this way, we're increasing the fire flows in that whole area.
Last question I have then. One of the big things from the feds, and obviously we know there's federal dollars for some infrastructure work. One of the things that we know they're looking for too is the interconnectivity with other, water entities, other towns, other systems. What's your capacity internally to put in for grants and put in for the dollars and make sure we're trying to get as many of those funds as possible for as much of this work as possible?
Right now, I'm not so much into the interconnections at the moment. We are looking more at the lead. I put in $4 million for 4 years for lead, for that change out when it does occur. So we're in that running. It hasn't been all numbered out yet. And then also, the state is going to vary on how they're going to give out the money. Is it medium income? How will that be done? So we don't know yet. But yes, I am in the infrastructure trust. I have about 8 or 9 projects in there right now. I just started putting the tanks in there. The tanks are in there right now.
Good.
I put everything in there, so whether it's partial principal forgiveness or just a super low rate, or if there's grant money, we're in there in the infrastructure in the iBank right now.
Excellent. Okay, great. Well, listen, again, certainly on behalf of everyone, I want to say thank you for the work that you do. We know how many hours you put in and then how many hours you have to put in when something happens as well. So we thank you for that and appreciate everybody on the team for the work that's being done. So
Okay.
thank you very much. Appreciate
Hey,
it.
Gary, where on Willowdale?
Excuse me?
Where on Willowdale?
Near Lincoln.
Okay.
I'm going to probably start right at the park and work down. Are we going to talk about SOAR too?
Yeah, you want to do sewer now? Go ahead.
We got to do SOAR.
Let's
So
do it.
SOAR will be quick. SOAR is actually, we did over 25 miles of lining. And we did a lot of the ugly lines too. We did Bloomfield Avenue, which was a nightmare to get done, but it's done. We're also looking to install a garage for our SOAR truck. Right now, we house it in Glen Ridge during the winter. We're looking to build a new garage for that. We're also going to look to epoxy coat one of our pump stations. The concrete is eroding. So what we'll do is bypass it, clean it all out, epoxy coat it, and then let it go back again. You'll get another 50 years out of it. It should be fine. Also, I&I is very high in certain areas, and that's where you see during a hurricane, you'll see people backing up. They're not taking more showers, they're not flushing their toilets. It's storm water going into the sanitary line. So the more we line, the less water we get into that sanitary. So we've been picking some of the uglier lines that go through backyards, because there's trees pushing into the system, right? Tree roots love sewer lines because there's always water in it. So we've been lining those and trying to get that. And then at a certain point, what we'll do is we'll go to the top of the town, because every drop of water has to go to the bottom. So we get the best gain on going from the top and working our way down. Any questions about sewer?
No, on that front, we know you'd switch to doing a lot of that lining, burrowing, lining, to clean it out and line versus pipe replacement.
Correct.
Still on track for that's the best cost effective
Still on
way?
track, that's the best thing. And digging up between homes and ripping out everything would be another lawsuit disaster going through that.
Okay.
Also, we're going to be writing up something new. It's called FOG, Fats, Oils, and Greases. So we're having a lot of trouble on certain business districts with the, fats, oils, and greases. Basically a grease trap. We're not sure if people are maintaining them. Passaic Valley does the job. They're not doing a bad job, but we think it could be a little better. So I think you'll see some stuff coming up from me, some this calendar year, but more of next year, that we will be having them do compliance, let them self-certify that they're cleaning, and then we'll do random testing at each site to see actually what the content of grease is going into the collection system of the sanitary. So if they self-certify that it's properly sized, there should be no issue that they are putting a lot of fats, oils, and greases into the collection system, causing issues within the system, like Bloomfield Avenue, like Valley Road. We run into those where there's a lot of grease in restaurants.
I actually witnessed that one night, late at night. A restaurant had a big vat of their oil and was pouring it into the grate on the sidewalk into our
Well, that's in the
sewer.
storm line.
Oh,
This is going into the actual collection system where the whole sanitary sewer backs up.
That's not okay either.
that's, yeah.
No, that's not okay, but
No,
that's not
it
me.
was-
That's an EPA violation.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was, it was bad.
So, Councilor Slager, are you done?
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
sorry.
go
No,
ahead.
so, but to that point, maybe you could just clarify, what is just for anyone listening and for my benefit, what is the proper disposal of those fog?
Not going down the sink.
Okay, well, we
Put
know
it into a
not.
container, let it get hard, throw it away.
So it's supposed to go into a refuse
Yes.
after it's been solidified?
Well, it should be refuse, but it ain't putting it down the sink. Running
Right.
hot water and getting rid of it is not a good idea.
Well, it's clear what we shouldn't do, but we may
Right.
as well say what we should do, just for the record
Yeah,
while
they
we're
can let it
talking.
congeal into the container, because the way it congeals in containers is what it does in my sewer pipe overnight. And then you back up and you wonder why I'm not cleaning it enough.
Right. I also think there are services that come and pick it up.
For
from-
restaurants
From
there are, yes.
restaurants, yeah. yeah,
Absolutely.
They do. It's,
Gary, I just wanted to go back to what you were talking about, sort of top of the hill. I know you have no time to spare, and I don't know if you're going to talk about stormwater at all, but it's interesting to me if you ever think about catching some of that as it's coming down the hill. Like
Stormwater?
building capacity somehow. Is there any
No.
way to capture that
Never.
besides
We
rain
never want
barrels?
to do that, because that water would then have to be treated. So you would flood out the treatment plant doing that. So you never want to do that. We'd much rather, it's cheaper just to fix your stormwater system. But the stormwater system should be fixed the exact opposite. You want to start where it leaves town and come up, because we don't want to cause flooding. If we fix the top, we're going to have a new bottleneck and cause flooding at someone's house that never had the issue before. So you'd want to start at the bottom of the town and work your way up when it comes to stormwater, generally.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We're good. Or you want to do parking?
We gonna do it now? Do it
Wanna
now.
do
then?
parking?
Yeah. Okay.
We're here. All right, so parking, what we're looking for, I need better cameras in the system. Security obviously is becoming an issue at times.
Have you worked with Tony on this?
We have worked on Tony, but that's going to be another capital expenditure. Blue light security, which is basically, if there's an issue, you hit the blue light, it'll notify the police. Basically, it's a cellular modem that goes right to the police station. You can either talk or they'll come to that site if it's pushed. We're going to also have to do elevator refurbishments. We're having trouble getting circuit boards right now. The elevators are at their end of useful life, especially the Crescent, so we'll have to probably refurbish them. And they get a real lot of use, those elevators. And they're in a hostile environment because it's really not heated or air conditioned. So there's moisture issues within those walls. Since you have a big concrete structure that holds everything, and it will, basically moisture you'll see build up and it destroys the elevator slowly.
Gary, just real quick on that, the circuit board I know is coming in this week for Crescent.
That's what we were told.
Does it have to be inspected before it comes back online?
I don't believe so, because it's not a safety issue, it was the board was actually potentially vandalized because the actual door was open.
Okay, and is that the only thing preventing us from, or preventing it from working, or is there
Yes.
something else waiting? Okay,
According to the elevator people.
thanks.
Also, what we're going to be doing is, we're using the Flowbirds pay stations. We're going to be upgrading that probably in the next month or so, so you can buy an overnight permit when we get to pay by plate. So all of the Flowbirds, you'll be able to walk over to it, put your plate number, and buy your overnight permit. So that's something we found out that they're available to do. And it's not a very expensive upgrade. And this way, if you don't have an app and you don't want to go on a computer, you can go to any Flowbird and update that.
Can you answer this million-dollar question? Will you be able to pay for overnight parking on the Flowbird app?
Oh, yeah. On
Really?
the app, yes. They said it would. We're still working with them on this. They said they've done it one other place, and so we're going to work on that with them.
This is a game changer. One of the reasons I ran for office was because I was ticked off about having to print out the overnight parking thing and cut out the little circle and hang it from my mirror. So it just feels like a full circle moment.
So pay by plate makes it much easier because you just install your plate. A lot of people don't like using the apps, and they didn't want to do nothing. So you actually go to any Flowbird unit and be able to do that for your overnight.
Gary, how's it looking with capacity on the plate readers? And we talked about a little bit on another front here, but just, intersection with other departments, et cetera, to be able to run that. How's that in terms of plate reading? Where are we at in terms
Talking
of?
about LPR?
Yeah,
So LPR right now, they're telling us we'll have it in March.
okay,
It's backed up. So we're sending a car today to get partials. They sent one today, I think, or tomorrow. I don't know if we have the personnel to bring it down there.
okay,
So they're going to get ready to start installing it on the cars.
okay.
So you're
And
probably
what's-
looking at a March start.
Okay.
And that becomes the game changer piece of this, because now we're going to go everything by plate. So it's much easier, no more permits, you don't have to do scratch offs no more, you can go right to a unit if you wanted to. It'd make life a lot easier.
Okay.
We
Anything else on the parking front?
No.
We often get, questions about enforcement around that. I could rattle them all off. You get a lot of them as well that get forwarded over to you. Where are you at in terms of capacity to do the enforcement piece? And,
You'd have to hire for at night. We're going to have to hire 3 to 4 individuals. We don't want people out there by themselves.
those aren't the only ones we're getting, though? Quite
No, we're
frankly,
getting
though,
another
we're getting a
full,
lot of, I'm
two-
saying we're getting a lot of complaints about daytime.
We're getting a lot of complaints
violations
probably
and-
about double parking on Bloomfield Avenue.
Double
Loading
parking,
and
yes.
unloading.
I'm seeing that everywhere now. The officers have a lot of problems. People talk back to them. People somewhat abuse them at times. They don't do that to the police, but they do it to our officers. We've been taking pictures of stuff and sending people tickets. It's unacceptable. We have to move forward with this. So that's probably a new procedure that's going to wind up coming on. If I have to change an ordinance, we will.
Okay, so we're just saying in terms of capacity, whatever, else. I mean, I imagine the time spent with the plate readers will be.
The plate readers will save us some time,
some
so we'll be
time
able
on
to
the other side.
reallocate people.
Okay,
But people just are parking everywhere, as you're well aware. Sometimes you're a victim of your own success, having that many people here and running in and out of all your restaurants, as you're well aware. During the busiest time, people get food, right, during dinner, and that's where we get backed up, and someone did it on the way here at 6 o'clock on Watchung Avenue and backed up the whole thing.
did you, okay.
I wanted to ask you just about parking revenues. Have they returned to pre-pandemic levels yet? Like, have we gotten to
They're-
2019? Are we,
They're
okay. Okay, just.
they're definitely getting closer, and plus this year you'll also have Midtown,
Okay.
so it'll be a difference.
And then just, I want to pose this to my colleagues, but just as a suggestion for the utility to think about is just incentivizing parking in the decks versus meters on the street, and what kind of a pricing structure, just to look at other municipalities around the state, around the country that have been doing this. I noticed when I was in Salem, Massachusetts over Thanksgiving that they made all their decks free instead of the meters, to just encourage people to just go right and park in the decks instead of on the street, instead of going around the block 7 times looking for a spot. It took a lot of cars off the road. It seemed to be working well, but that's just anecdotal, obviously. Just a little bit of a research project around what other places are doing, and maybe a recommendation for the council, if
Well,
that would be okay.
To be fair, Councilman, Gary's been, and everyone before him has been here asking exactly that, not quite framed the same way. About 1 million times, I've heard it called dynamic pricing, which is what he's come before with us with. We haven't pulled the go on that one, push go button in that. Another way to describe that, though, is by all accounts, is what he's come before with. Our cost, our pricing on our meters is way too low. It needs to be raised in those areas and drive people to the decks.
Yeah.
But he's presented that to us already, and it's just a question of do we want to do that.
Yeah, and just some benchmarking with other places and what they're doing.
And we're also working with the bid on this.
Working
They-
well.
They have a lot of dynamic ideas, so, you know, we're not proud. We meet with them almost once a week now.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
The next one is attorneys. Yeah.
Oh, you could have stayed in your,
All right.
Gina, why don't you?
So the attorney's office salaries and wages budget for last year was $278,095. This year, it's uncertain. It's for the first 3 months, we have one as at your request. We put it for the first 3 months, we have two attorneys, so full 1 year for the full, and 3 months for Mr. Burr. So I need to know whether it's going to be salaried position or OE position, because in the state budget form, we have to separate salary versus OE. You cannot intermingle those until next November comes. You can make the transfers, but up until November, you need to determine whether it's an SNE, salaries and wages, or OE. Other than that, the OE budget last year, attorney's OE budget was $326,500. However, it was exhausted in the first half of the year, so we had, the council adopted the resolution to increase their budget by $155,000 to a total of $481,500. That was last year's, and this year they're requesting $360,000 and assuring me that it's going to be enough. So that's Mr. Burr's explanation.
Thank you for having me this evening. I'm Paul Burr. I'm the interim township attorney, as you're aware. As the CFO has stated, there's not much detail in my budget to really go through. With regard to salary and wages, there's no request to employ additional positions, assuming that the 3 positions that we have are going to remain. There's not going to be any significant changes from the prior year. Regarding the operating expenses for the department, we're at a total of $360,000. The significant portion of that part of the budget is professional services, which we've made a request for $275,000, which is a significant increase from the proposed budget for 2022 and 2021. I shouldn't say significant. It's about a 10% increase from what was prior expended. Unlike last year. Last year, 2022 was a anomaly, I believe, basing off of the other prior budgets. We had a significant amount of litigation going on. We had adopted 2 pieces of legislation, significant pieces of legislation that was implemented last year. So I think last year's budget was a little bit of an anomaly, and I think this year won't be as significant with regard to professional services and litigation. With that, I will take questions.
That was very extensive, Mr. Burr. Thank you. Any questions from the council? Councilman Jacobellis.
I might
Councilman Russo.
have missed this. I ran to the restroom, and I apologize. Do we have the total in terms of what we spent with all outside counsel for 2022 and what we're asking for 2023? Just the top line total.
The total spent or the total adjusted budget for professional services contracts was $410,800,000.
This year, for this, we're projecting $275,000.
Okay, thanks.
So for 2022, it was 410.
Total, yeah.
And I guess, Maja, maybe, do you have numbers for, say,
I think it's a little different, 481,500. I think you have still
That's what I had.
unpaid bills.
Yeah, I still.
Yeah, they're still unpaid bills, but the amount is spent. Their bills are not paid, but the work is done. And with regard to most of the costs, it is for the new pieces of legislation and other stuff, but because most of the litigation is paid for by JIF most of the times, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So,
That's the insurance, that's the insurance.
yeah, insurance space, the litigation costs. The rest are all professional services, consulting services, and with regard to the whatever. And that's the question, right? Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to follow up on that, just stay there, Marjorie, because I round things off, so I say 500,000, $500,000 was spent on legal. You're talking about the budget of the staff as well as the legal professional outside services, the whole thing, 500,000.
No.
481,000.
481,000 is just the outside consultants
Oh,
and other
that's just the
costs.
outside.
Yeah.
That's just professional services, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Russo, I apologize.
Right, so that makes it worse. Okay, so $500,000 was spent on outside attorneys to help us through all these legal problems. So we've got to reduce our legal problems if we can, right? So it's obvious. So you think this year you're only going to need 270,000 outside? Is that what we're saying?
275,000.
275. But if we have to put more into it, then we have to take it from somewhere else and transfer and whatever. That's what you did last year, right? Because you never. Okay, I understand it now. Thank you.
Maja, could you similarly give me the numbers of what we spent in 18 and 19 on professional services?
I
So
will
get a
get-
comparison?
Yes, I will get that.
Okay.
So I have a question. If there's a lawsuit and somebody is paid, I don't know what the term is, if someone's, a settlement, thank you. If someone's paid a settlement from that lawsuit, that doesn't come out of your department?
It does come out. It
It's
does come out.
It does?
Yeah, well, that's if it's
It's the
that's if it's a JIF, that's if it's an insurance. That would come out of the insurance company would pay that settlement if it was covered by JIF.
Okay.
If it's a lawsuit that's not covered by JIF,
Right.
and there is a settlement, it depends on where that case, what department that case is originating from. So for instance, we had the SPS case last year, which was the sewer pipeline that we settled for $60,000. That did come out of my budget, but I'm not positive that it started in my
It
budget.
came from sewer utility.
came from sewer
utility. And let's say rent control.
Rent control.
Those things, that JIF doesn't cover that.
Right.
I
That
see.
we
And-
have to put.
Right,
Oh,
now
okay.
rent control came out of my budget, the rent control settlement.
Manager's budget, actually. Okay.
Okay.
Law department.
Okay.
No, not law department.
Okay, so we don't know, so that fluctuates during the,
That does
kind of-
fluctuate.
Right.
Yeah.
And do we have lawsuits pending where there might be settlements that are coming up?
Well, we
Potentially.
do, we have some pending legal matters
Right.
going, that are pending right now, yes.
So
And most of those are covered by the JIF, correct?
The majority are covered by the JIF,
Okay.
and some of them are labor-related
Right.
litigation matters. A lot of the litigation matters that were handled through 2022, one were cases that were pending when we came into the department from 2021 and earlier years that have been resolved. So we have resolved the township resolved a lot of the litigation cases from last year.
I recall the DeCozen
The Cozen
settlement.
matter, yep.
Yeah, that was
the
a-
condemnation.
that was a big one.
Proceeding, yes,
Did that
that
come out of
settled.
your, that couldn't have come out of your department?
No, that
if
did
it
not come
was-
out of my
yeah.
department, not the
Okay.
settlement amount, but the litigation fees, paying the professional services fees came out of my department, but not for the settlement amount, or
Yeah,
which
'cause
really
that's-
was what you would call a purchase amount, when you condemn a property, when municipality condemns a property, they actually are paying the owners of that property what is believed to be the appraised amount of the property. That became negotiated, and that's how we wound up at the amount we paid for it.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I don't want to pursue this too much, but maybe somebody asked it, did you give us an answer? Compared to other years, the outside costs, is this like double what we normally had to pay out?
Approximately.
This was a
It's about-
significant, I believe, this year, again, an anomaly. If you look back at the past years, you have to have an analysis of how COVID impacted litigation, how the courts were shut down, and how there wasn't as much ongoing litigation going on. But this year there were a lot of pending lawsuits, and there was an attempt to resolve a lot of those lawsuits this year, which we did. So it was hot.
Okay, but what I'm concerned about is, well, this last year you were in charge, not to personalize it, but during your tenure, we've had to hire a lot of outside people. Now, looking ahead this year, there's obviously a lot of lawsuits we're fighting. Is there ever any, like, lawsuit where we win money for the town? We got any, like, have the law department filed anything that's gotten us revenue? Or is it always we're paying out because maybe we're making some mistakes?
Well, Bob, there's usually not, the township doesn't usually initiate litigation against an entity unless it's a breach of contract matter where they didn't pay a bill. But normally, we resolve those in-house, inside the law department, myself or the assistant township attorney, resolves those issues. I will say this, there was a large amount due to the township from the MC Hotel. And the law department had to get involved in that. It was a $1.2 million payment that was due to the township, and the law department was able to successfully get the owner and operator of the MC Hotel to pay that.
The whole
bill.
thing, or did we just get 600,000?
The whole thing, plus the 600,000.
So that was revenue.
You
That
mean
was
the
right.
pilot that they
Pilot,
owe?
yeah, the
that-
pilot.
Yeah, the pilot money that they
It's, they owe us the pilot, and we.
Payment in
Yeah,
lieu
and they
of
were
tax.
not making- and they were not making
It is
payment,
not
right.
a lawsuit, though. It's
No,
like we
absolutely.
haven't paid.
But
we
it was a
haven't given
collections
them.
matter that the law department had to get involved in and negotiate
Right.
settlements to get that payment made.
Now,
And that was done without the use of outside counsel.
I know you do get outside counsel when there's big litigation, but sometimes it's just consulting, because when we had all the problems with the clerk will remember with the redistricting, where Councilor Cummings and I spent a lot of time on the Zoom meeting with the county clerks and the county, Board of Elections, we had to get some consultant, and I think you brought in Riker Danzig for that, but
And that was a
the kinds of
significant.
things like that, are we paying quite a bit of money just for consulting with people?
No,
we can't
that's-
handle
that-
ourselves?
No, and that's not the case, Councilman Russo. We did not bring them in for counseling, for a consultation. They were handling the, or they were opposing the map redistricting in Montclair. What was happening was the ward map district down in Essex County, commissioners wanted to redraw our map lines. Right? And so that was going to be a significant expense to the township through the clerk's office. So it was very important to, what I would say, nip it in the bud. And we brought them in because they had the specialties and expertise in handling those matters, so that the town was successful in getting the county not to redraw the ward map lines, which would have impacted us on elections. So it
Right,
would have
well,
been a
I'm very familiar with it,
significant-
because I sat in on all of it, and the clerk immediately told them, right at the beginning, that this is a problem, so she brought that out. She couldn't fight it alone. You, as our town attorney, represented us, but I'm not so sure we needed a lot of outside, big, high-powered law firms to do it, because there was me, Councilman Cummings, telling them not to do it, the clerk telling them not to do it, you're representing us. I'm just saying, we may be spending a lot of money just to get consultation, not the legal filings by these law firms, but just to get consultation. I mean, I'd like to see the kind of costs that have been incurred by these firms, because this $500,000 is really sticking in my head here. $500,000 last year just for legal fees, outside fees, you know? Maybe then we need maybe more people in the office, so we don't have to get outside people. I don't know. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Burr. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Burr.
Next is HR, right? Human Resources.
Ms. Dawkins, if you would, Director HR.
You met Ms. Dawkins last week,
Yes.
right? She is our new HR director. In 2023, we budgeted for 3 employees in human resources. Last year and the beginning of 2022, our HR director position became vacant. We budgeted to replace it, but we haven't been able to replace it until this year, until Ms. Dawkins took office. So this year, we are budgeting for 3 full-time employees in her budget. This OE last year was $164,230. Now this year we're requesting, Ms. Dawkins is requesting a little bit more. It includes many of the projects that were incomplete last time. She is in the process of completing, embarking upon completion on taking on more projects that she's going to explain to you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Alicia Dawkins. I'm responsible for 367 full-time employees, 56 part-time employees, and 26 temporary employees. The HR department consists of running recruitment, employee relations, benefits management, document management, and compliance. The current budget for the HR department, for the most part, the budget remains flat. You can see there was not a high inflation in some of the items. The biggest items for the HR department would be professional services. There were several projects related to labor and litigation that were not complete. To bring those projects to close, I need to quickly get someone on board so we can close out some of these projects for the township. One of the most another important piece for the HR department is getting our personnel files digitized. We have, again, a total of 447 employees. We need to be able to easily access files and stay in compliance. As you may be aware of, the HR department and the finance department was fined for I-9s. We don't want that to happen again. We want to be able to successfully pass any audit that comes through the township. So with that, we need to be able to digitize our files in an effective way for the township and its employees. Professional services consist of hire right, which is how we do our recruitment, background checks for the township, drug testing screening for the township, and those services did go up this year. And we also have IMAC services, which we use for our short-term disability and services for our township employees. So the highest increase you'll see would be for professional services. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the council? Councilman Akbalis.
I know you've been in the job for 15 minutes. To what extent have you given some thought to the learning and development needs for the workforce, just in terms of software, of content, not just the mandatory stuff like sexual harassment, discrimination, but also, things related to diversity training, just thinking about how, the learning journey, that whole universe has just evolved over time to be digital, to be online. Compliance is all online now. Have you thought about that? Like what new programs you'd want to see deployed for the township, and is any of that factored into your budget?
Absolutely. Well, one of the great things about Montclair Township is we utilize the JIF. The JIF offer a lot of those training services that we are afforded free of charge. I'm already in contact with our carrier at the JIF to see if we can get people to come out to do training for us, and also training electronically where employees can log into the mail system and start tracking and doing these trainings. And this is something that the HR department can track, which each employee having an individual sign-on to the JIF system. This is something that we have in our toolbox already free of charge.
Thank you. And my last comment would just be, for us as a council, I would like to know what training all employees go through. I know we're designated part-time. We're not full-time, we're part-time. So if there is training recommended for council members to take as well.
Well, that's two different things.
Yeah.
And the council are not employees, but there's special training for council members, which is annual. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but you should be getting an email alert for you to take those trainings. Are you not getting those email alerts from the JIP?
No.
No,
We never got anything from JIF.
no.
Yeah.
For mandatory training?
Yeah, I do all that type of stuff from all the colleges I teach at. 5-6 hours I spend on all of these different programs. You know, there's all sorts of culture and harassment and just cybersecurity. You know, there's all kinds of stuff I have to do before I can teach a class. I have to verify that I took them. But never have I taken anything here.
I can check that for you.
So check it out. Not that I want more to do, but
Yeah, it's not about more to do, it's just compliance
It's
at the end of the day.
compliance.
That's all. Thank you.
that may have fallen through the cracks.
And Mr. Fan has forwarded some of the technology components to us as requirements, but not directly from the JIF.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I was just confused. I'm sorry. Did you just say the council, we're not employees? Did you say that, or did I mishear that?
Not in the sense of that you're not for HR. No,
According to HR, we're not employees? Is that right? Is that what you said?
correct.
I think you meant full-time employees.
I mean, as a full-time employee of the township, like, I can't reprimand you.
Oh,
I don't do anything
okay.
with your benefits, employee relations
Oh,
issues,
okay.
or
Oh,
anything
okay.
like that, no.
Okay, thank you, okay.
Okay.
But you do, I don't want to jump, but you do deal with our benefits,
None.
no?
There aren't any. So I have a
Well,
question.
there aren't, but, and there shouldn't be, but
All right.
that was an issue once. You're new, so I'm not asking, I just want you to look into that, okay?
I have a question. Is there software that maybe you're looking into, or that maybe we have, I don't know, for evaluations?
Yes,
in
Councilwoman,
department-
there's software that we do have. We actually have a really good system implemented by the CFO, which is Prime Point. I'm actually meeting with the Prime Point representative tomorrow to see what services that we're paying for or not paying for, and if we can start utilizing those services.
Okay. So are there job descriptions for every single employee? And then there's evaluations based upon those job descriptions?
Okay, you're talking about two different things. One is performance reviews, and then job
Okay.
descriptions. Currently, I cannot definitively say there's a job description for all 447 employees. I
Okay.
can't say that right now. Ask me again next week.
Okay.
But in terms of performance evaluations, I actually am working with the deputy township manager to implement a program for performance reviews to be consistent across the board for all staff members.
Great, thank you.
Did that answer your question?
does.
Okay.
As it relates to some of that work, I know we've had some discussion here. I'm sure you're looking at it too. In your best estimation update to create and put out the latest employee handbook, what's the time frame on that, do you think?
So, my baby, the employee handbook, I'm actually working on that every day, and that's one of the things that I'm actually looking forward to with professional services, to just do the final evaluation of that employee handbook. I can say that right now, the employee book is probably like about 85% done. I did send it over to our deputy township manager to get some of his final feedback on it, because there were several policies that I feel that we need as a township to be in compliance for the employees and for the protection of the town.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I did send that information over to our deputy manager.
Okay. Any other Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Thank you. And again, welcome. Good to have you with us. And, I mean, the township as a whole. It was noted, I guess, between Ms. Rao's comments and yours about the budget. So it said last year's budget was, I don't think we got the full numbers on what it was and what it is, but that it was largely flat, although we do have a full-time employee.
No, last year we budgeted for all 3 employees, but we didn't fill the position. This year, the same number of budgeted employees, but we didn't fill in the.
But we didn't, well, I don't know what we expended in terms of,
We didn't expend some of the budget because we didn't fill the position.
sure, okay. But then there was another mention again about professional services. So I know that we had even, as the council, had authorized 2 different actual recent professional service contracts. So I don't know if those are the ones we're speaking about, or there's other professional services we're talking about.
No, this would be different.
So what would, someone referenced professional services. I don't know, remember, and if it was yours or yours in the presentation just now.
Just now, Ms. Dawkins is on professional services. High right is one of the professional services.
Yes.
And then there is some physicals.
Dynamic testing, IMAC, and Clarion Jacoby.
Okay.
Fall under the professional services for the HR department.
So very good. And I know that it's, I think, in the packet tonight for Culturupt. Is that in here tonight?
Yeah, that's not.
No, it's not, well, it's related to, it's related to HR, it's related to the culture of the whole organization, so it's
Okay.
just something that I didn't know if that was the professional services that you were referencing.
No, it was
Um,
not. Thank you,
Okay,
Councilwoman.
no problem. Look, I just think the presence of a full-time HR director is going to make just a huge difference for people to know where to go when they have questions. I mean, everyone has a chain of command, but, you know, to know that you're sitting in your desk in your office is just an important piece for, I think, all the township personnel, and I'm just glad that you will be a presence and you will, you know, be able to, I think, put us onto a good dynamic as a workforce overall, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And certainly
wish
to
you
the
good luck.
councilwoman's point, one of the actions the council has taken already and certainly finalizing tonight is to bring in an entity to help with culture and climate. So I'm sure that will fit hand in glove, though, in the work that you're doing. So we're happy to be able to offer that assistance as well. So that's
Well,
great.
thank you. Sounds great. I mean, I'll take all the support for the HR department. I'm not turning down any assistance.
Any other questions?
I've been corrected that we did get a cyber class training from IT.
Okay.
IT, not HR, but IT sent us something. They really made us learn what we need to do. But I've had 5 of these classes. Still don't understand it all.
Any other comments?
I was just going to say, just to the point about the culture climate thing, to the extent we're wrapping up work on the manual, we may just want to hold the final product until we get recommendations in case, so we don't have to roll something out more than once to the workforce.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dawkins.
Thank you
We
all.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Good luck.
much.
Good luck.
Should have stayed here. I don't want to go down there. I want to stay right here. You want to stay? Yeah. No, go ahead. If you want to.
Clerk's office, next one. Okay.
We have the clerk's office.
Yeah, very quick summary. Clerk's office salaries and wages is increasing a little bit from last year because an additional full-time employee is added towards the end of last year. That's going to continue this year. And OE has a very small increase. That's mainly for advertising. And clerk's office also deals with elections. Elections has a huge increase because of more voting districts. That's the summary.
Thank you, Ms. Rao. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, I am Angelis Bermudez-Nieves. I'm the township clerk, and here I have Deputy Clerk Bridget Barney. We will present to you a summary of our budget. Does everyone have this sheet? Okay. There are no significant increases to report outside of what Ms. Rao said, which is in our election line. Last year, we didn't budget sufficient funds. So the governing body adopted a resolution authorizing a transfer of funds to cover the election invoice.
Yes.
We requested like a 5-month extension on that invoice because we didn't have the funds. So we're asking for the election line to be fully budgeted.
What was the expense of it then at the end of it? So obviously the budget was under budgeted, right? But
Yes.
we still know what the actual cost was. How much was it that we ended up paying out?
That invoice,
That was to the county.
yes, it was a
Yeah,
county
all
invoice.
county. Some years they give grant, they give us free, and some years.
70,000 more you had to pay out, right?
Mayor, I don't have an exact number, but the invoice was like around $50,000.
Okay. So we budgeted for about 50, an additional 50.
Well, that was just for that one invoice. We also had to pay for a new ward map, which is considered an election charge because it included the 6 additional election districts plus the new boundaries on the ward map. So it wasn't just that one invoice.
The increase was 40,000. The budgeted was 50 and we changed it to 90. The addition
Okay.
was 40. And some of that 40 is to the county directly and, no, some for the attorneys that were used by the county. In addition to the attorneys, we use it for the district maps.
Okay, so that's helpful. So the 50 was the budgeted, 40 was the additional, puts you at about the 90, mark, call it 100,000. And you guys are putting 120, assuming anticipated increases of a smaller magnitude. Is that a correct assessment
Correct,
of what you're
yes.
looking at now? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rao.
The actual, so the top line there, where we see 34 to the 36, is that tiny bit there just for the, what's that tiny amount that you're
That's
there?
just general inflation like every other department.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question then, looking at the middle one. General inflation, that's felt by every department. For that line, I imagine there's general costs that increase, well, I know there are for the League of Municipalities, all those other pieces. How, I understand it because it's just in your budget presentation, but how is that estimated to be the exact same when we all know everything is going up?
That's because when I asked if there were any requests for changes to those budget lines, I didn't receive any requests to increase.
I don't think anyone would specifically, with all due respect to my colleagues, to kind of know those inflationary costs, specifically or reply. But I think collectively, sitting here, we all know that those costs do go up. I know specifically, I've seen the league and others, the cost that they charge us is going up. So I don't think we can leave that flat and expect to be able to actually maintain our memberships and attend those things. So I would ask that you do take a look at that and just see what appropriate increase would be there to make sure that those things are covered, right? I know you get requests all the time for people to attend things and do things rightfully so, some of those trainings that others have talked about here. Don't want to, note that, well, we didn't anticipate the inflation or other costs on that line. So I'll
Understood.
come back on that one. The election one, obviously, is a big one there. The piece around the election, though, what I didn't understand, what are you saying in terms of the number of districts is the big cost driver? Explain.
We had an increase in the number of districts, so we needed a new election district map.
So the map was the cost?
That was one of the
Okay.
costs when you asked about why we needed some transfer of funds in November.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Yes, Mayor, the map itself doesn't cost a lot more, but those districts, just to look back at this with the attorney, we sort of won out when we went through that fight, right, Clerk? You brought the issue to the attention, but still, there was a strange map that created 6 more districts, some of which had like 10 people in them. There's actually 10 voters, just so the voters know, the people know out there, 10 people reside in one district, okay? And they have to like vote separately somewhere, or we combine, but there's where your costs may come in. You may have to provide more election workers and have a booth. I mean, it's ridiculous. What they did was create 6 additional districts, but not including 500 to 1,000 people like all other districts are. When you vote in district, my district is 2-1, there's 850 people. There's a district that has 7 people. So it's a strange situation that we had to deal with. I just want to ask about the election coming up in 2024, a year from now. We wouldn't put that in this budget, but you're going to need more, right? I just want to anticipate, when you do the municipal election, that's on our head to pay those costs to run a local May election, right?
Yes, Councilor Russo, you're correct. 100% of the election costs will be to the municipality for that election.
And you think that'll be higher than it's been in the past? Is there any reason it might be because of those additional districts it might be,
There's
right?
additional districts and the number of voters has increased,
Oh, yeah,
which
we
mean-
do have a higher population. of
which
voters.
means that the.
So you'll
cost-
anticipate that next year, you'll have to ask for more
Yes,
next
I
year?
will.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Thank you. Madam Clerk, so just understanding, I actually do want to understand the personnel, because we've had conversations over a period of time about an increased person to your staff. So is that bringing it to 3, or you've had 3 and you're talking about a 4th person,
We currently have 3 full-time employees.
right?
We will have 4 full-time employees. That's what I hope for. The job advertisement closed last Friday, so I hope to hire someone within the first quarter of this year.
So is that budgeted? Because it doesn't, it looks like it's almost flat, but that's out of the green
It
road here,
should
right?
be budgeted, but I would defer that question to Ms. Rao.
This is outside of salaries and wages.
It's budgeted.
Oh, so
I
it's
don't
not,
know.
none of that's reflected here. These aren't salaries. Those are, so, these are just other costs to your office. Okay, so the budget that we're not looking at, I just realized I'm not looking at a full budget.
A few meetings ago, you authorized to hire the additional employees.
Right,
So-
okay.
So I budget, we are going to budget this year, 2023 budget, we are going to add an additional employee.
Very good,
And the
okay.
salaries and wages.
Ms. Rao, are we adding an additional employee, or are we replacing one that resigned?
No, that one is already there, right? Total 4. Last year we budgeted 3, but we hired.
I
the-
understand we hired a deputy clerk in the month of July, so you had to
Right,
move monies
right.
around. Now I
So
understand.
it's
Thank you.
we transferred the money, remember, for that, middle of in November. So this year, it's full 4 employees right from the beginning.
We hope to have 4 full-time employees for a full year, 2023.
Excellent, thank you.
Can you just clarify this, Marcia, if you come back again? So, we always had 4. We lost some.
Yeah, in
We had 4 going back a few years ago. We had clerk Linda Wannett, a deputy clerk Juliet Lee. We had the records licensing title. I'm not going to talk about people, and a principal clerk. Remember, my question was, one time we were talking about whether we should add this additional spot, which would be an administrative assistant. And my question was, don't we need people like principal clerks in the office and record licensing data? But I think a principal clerk, I think that these functions can be absorbed or can be assigned by the clerk to someone who's called an administrative assistant. Am I correct? In other words, that's a catch-all. Administrative assistant can be given records work and clerical work, right? I mean, that's
Yes, you are
the
correct.
theory you're having. So I understood that, but I didn't think, remember I said I didn't think we should have too many administrative assistants in any one department. Usually you get 1. You're going to have 2, and it's going to cost a minimum of at least $50,000 because that's what the salary range is, $50,000 to $67,000. So essentially, tell me if I'm right, Marcia, and the clerk, the person that left was being paid almost as much as the new
Yeah, she
person
wa-
coming in.
Her salary
We're
was
not increasing.
because her base salary was less, but she was given a stipend, so the salary-wise, she's the same, but the benefits are pension costs. Pension costs are a certain percentage of, and the Social Security and
Right.
the taxes are a percentage of the base. So the stipend is not pensionable.
Right.
And stipend doesn't add to many of the things.
Here's my
there.
basic question. When you look at your nice charts, you notice that you bring in much more money than you spend. So you're a self-sustaining office. That's one thing you have to know. So your revenue total is very high with all these licenses. There is one part of the revenue that I have to ask you where it says miscellaneous fee. That's actually the highest, almost the highest, 190,000. What would, we know what the permits are, registration fees, general license, alcoholic beverages, very big. What would miscellaneous fees include? Can you give me an idea?
Counselor
A lot of
Russo?
money coming in for that.
Thank you. Thank you for the compliments. I'm going to defer that question to Deputy Clerk Bridget Barney. Miscellaneous fees.
Okay, so the miscellaneous fees, Counselor Rousseau, would be included for the franchise fees, such as Comcast Cable. That is something that statutorily has to come to the Township of Montclair. However, that won't be experienced again for approximately 8 years or so.
No, it's an annual
Yes,
fee.
the annual fee.
But we
That is
negotiate.
annually, but we negotiate.
And return check.
Yes, and return check fees.
Return check fees. Wait a minute, what is that?
If someone gives us a check and there's insufficient funds, then
Right.
we collect, what is it, $20?
Yes.
We collect $20 on that. That still adds up to a lot, 190,000, okay.
Well, the franchise fee is 3.5% of whatever the profit is. So Comcast makes a profit and cuts us a check for 3.5%.
So you're including what they pay us in miscellaneous fees. We don't include that anywhere else in our revenue, right, Marcia? We don't include Comcast fees because we just had them here recently. They were here
Yes.
talking to us.
We get that, Verizon and Comcast pay us annually
Right.
every year. We put it in the separate line item in the budget. It's not like a general fees and all. It's in budget sheet 10. We put that as
Okay.
a separate line item for
Right, but now
Comcast.
the clerks just said that the miscellaneous fees include those, so that the Comcast fees are going into that miscellaneous fee category. I just don't want us to be
Probably
double
under.
counting, you know, we're not counting fees she's getting
no, I don't
and
think-
fees you're getting separately, but
That check comes through our office.
Right.
And right now, it's only every 6 years or so, we deal with the renewal of the municipal consent agreement, which that agreement also lives in our office. The law department is working right now on a renewal of the municipal consent. That's why you saw
we
we
had that
advertised for the
gentleman here
hearing.
from
Yeah.
Comcast, yeah. Okay, I got that cleared out, thank you.
I have a question.
Councilman Akbals?
Thanks, Mayor. Just two things for me. One is, we've all talked about doing an insert, educational inserts into existing things that we mail to residents. So I just don't know if that would be your budget or the communications budget, but just thinking about either the tax bill, the water bill, the sewer bill. If we want to insert information about our energy program, we want to insert information about recycling, do's and don'ts, just trying to, I guess, estimate a cost for the printing and then just inclusion within something we're already mailing out. That would be one thing to think about. And the second is just around the Oprah requests and just additional capacity for your office for when there's heightened increases in activity. If we want to, either you or the law department potentially contracting out third-party support for some of that screening, if that's even allowed or an option. But to the extent, you get requests for hundreds or thousands of emails, if there's some entity that can, review 98% of them and let you review the final 2, I think that would just be a more efficient use of your time. So just to consider that across both of your budgets. Thanks.
And Councilman, I'll just note, because I have heard from this from a lot of other towns as well, one of the challenges, I'm sure Mr. Burke can speak to this specifically, is all those documents have to be legally reviewed to see if there's information that has to be redacted. In most instances, in many instances, and then of course is a kick over to there, which has to be done by an attorney in some specific way. But certainly, I'm sure the clerk's department would also take more people just to kind of do that work. But I think it would just be a question then, Mr. Burr, of could the person or the entity be onboarded enough to be considered a town employee, to have access, whatever that is, to provide the legal safeguards and legal
Well, yeah,
parameters.
and I think the better way to address that issue would be to bring on either a full-time paralegal who would be able to make those, to do that, and other work in the law department, and make those assessments, or a part-time attorney that could come in, or per diem attorney that we could hand off some of those assignments to, that would alleviate myself and the township, assistant township attorney from having to delve into that. So I would have to look in to see if there was an outside firm that could do it at a low cost, that type of administrative legal work for the township.
They're just lower than your hourly rates.
Yeah, right. I mean, and that would be something we wouldn't, we have, that, to add to that, that's something we would not source out to our outside counsel. So those are the matters that we handle in the law department that take time and also take resources away from us doing matters that we might be able to handle litigation-wise in-house, but we're straddled doing this for hours, so we have to source out our litigation or our labor work to outside counsel.
Do we know what other towns are doing in that regard?
No, I don't, but I can
Maybe
look to see how other towns are handling those Oprah requests.
Well, I can tell you the other major, they're paying a ton of money is how they're doing it, right? Bringing in
Right.
staff. I mean, that's been one of the reasons why the legislature's looking at it again. They brought it up at the league this year. So that was one of their major topic points, actually, was the cost that being incurred by townships.
Right, and Montclair is, a town that gets a lot of Oprah requests. They come in, and the clerk can vouch for this. We get them constantly. It's a constant request for documents.
Anything else for the Councilwoman Schlager?
Since we were talking about fees, I was wondering where the cannabis fees, are they in your department? The $15,000 per fee?
Yes, Councilor
Application
Slager.
fee?
The cannabis license fee it's processed and issued in our office. So
Okay.
all of those cannabis license, or, excuse me,
Yes.
application
Right, right.
fees are included in the report that
They
you
are,
have before
okay.
you.
Good, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Which category are they falling in?
Probably under miscellaneous then, right? Oh, general.
Yeah,
license.
there
Not
is.
the license fee,
It,
the
it-
application
it
fee.
was in the miscellaneous, and we'll be anticipating less because last year we got like 13 applications, so, but we are not going to get any more, I guess, once we give, so that's it, one time.
That's fine.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
you.
the work you do.
Next, finance, and
You
then
want to
IT.
do finance, Mr. Fan?
Yeah,
IT?
I can finish mine. It's
Okay.
up to you. Okay, now that we are talking about finances, so let's discuss the finance. Finance department budget. Finance includes several divisions: tax collector, tax assessor, general finance, purchasing, payroll, accounting, and accounting and treasury. Councilor Russo, you said the revenues a lot for the clerk's department. The tax collector collects 72% of our all revenue, so just want to give a shout out to them. And that there is no salary and wage increases except the regular contractual increases in every department. And other expenses, it's, again, they're not significant at all, except the tax assessors department. There is a request to increase 17% increase primarily for the tax appeal attorneys that our tax assessor works hand in hand with the law department. So it's tax appeals attorneys. That is where the request is coming. Everything else is fine. Any questions?
I guess I'd go, Mr. Burr, to you around this with the tax appeal question. You probably have a better sense of those, in terms of winning those. I know that through the tax assessor's work, we primarily were winning most of those cases.
Yeah,
Does that continue?
Yeah, that's a high return rate there where they win those appeals and keep this tax revenue at the same rate that it was before at the time of the appeal.
I remember a decade ago that was not always the case. So, Mr. Rao, if you could pass along, a big thank you to the tax assessor. I know that the work that they do to make sure they're constantly assessing has paid dividends in that regard. We remember when the shift happened where we were winning all of them.
Right,
so that's
right.
good
there
news.
was- right.
Okay. Any other questions from the council? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
The
you,
last
Marjorie.
one is IT.
Mr. Fan? No, I'm the last one.
Okay, IT, let's see, IT, salaries and wages remains almost same, except the contractual increases, just like any other department. 2 full-time employees and 2 consultants. Those consultants they are under OE, but the regular, we have been using them for a long time. The overtime budget request is a significant increase. It's a 30% increase from $475,000 to $616,180 that Mr. Fan can explain.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tony Fan. I'm the CIO, Chief Information Officer of the Office of Information Technology. My department, as Ms. CFO said, have 2 full-time employees and 1 level 3 help desk consultant. And also we have senior system and network consultant that we employ that in case of emergency, something happened, and also something happened to the network and system that I spend tons in initially troubleshoot it when we need additional hand for assistance to resolve the problem quicker. Also, the network and system consultant will help us deploy the new system. Since they have a lot of tons of experience, they are mostly up to the technology, and then they will, instead for me to do it, it will take a week, for them it will take a day. And then I just got informed by one of my full-time employee, the IT help desk technicians. He resigned today, so in 2 weeks, I will be by myself. And also the help desk, level 3 help desk consultant is on RFQ right now. And I think the RFQ closed beginning of February. And then that will be evaluated. And after that, then we'll go to up to, in front of you for approval. So probably that contract will start in March 1st, most likely. And then for my budget, mostly increasing for the majority is maintenance for software, for our system from Cisco and Microsoft Office. There was a bunch of software throughout the township. Majority have between 20 to 25% increase. And also hardware. As you know, after the pandemic, all the manufacturers raised their prices. And then also the waiting period is a little bit better, depend what you're ordering. Sometimes, let's say, for example, Cisco switches is usually, before it's almost a year, now it's 6 months. It's also depending on make and models. And other increase is professional services for the level 3 help desk as well as the system network consultants. And otherwise, the rest of the items for my budget is stay flat.
So the biggest increase that I heard in there was the massive increase in software licensing fees, et cetera, and the consulting fees to kind of do that.
I asked to increase the more funding for professional services because I have a lot of projects pending. I don't have enough sufficient funding to hire the consultant to continue the work because I have a couple compliance, like for example, Garden State GIF, they have a new compliance for 10 items I need to be completing. And so far I am 6 or 7 item is completed. The other 2 I need to implement, for example, multi-factor authentications, that I need additional funding for that.
As we've heard from some of the departments around, some hardware pieces that are technology related, though, cameras and things of that nature.
Those mostly is to capital budget. I'm working closely with Mr. Opsani for parking for his facilities and parking, all the parking decks, as well as police and fire department. And that also go with access control, using keyless ID card just gain entrance to the office. And then right now, police department has system is outdated, is no longer supported. But the rest of the town is hooked up to a Genetec system, which we currently using for the camera and access control, except police. Police have their own integrated system, which we did an estimate it will cost over $300,000 to upgrade them because they got so many doors, and also we have to rerun some of the wires.
Okay. In terms of this building itself and infrastructure here, and some of the needs, you've looked into that capital-wise or otherwise too, in terms of any improvements that have to be made and dollars that have to be invested here.
For the 205, I'm sorry?
205, correct.
205 majority, you do see we have access control for some of the office, and then especially for the front door and the rear entrance, that is programmable, especially when the council meeting, they have a late meeting that we program in advance. And so usually 20 minutes before the meeting, the door will unlock themselves. And then depending what type of meeting it is, they usually 2 to 3 hours, they will lock by itself. Those are usually programmed by me when I get the scheduling from the township manager office.
Okay. Another one that I'd say flag on my radar that I've seen, some of the costs and items that require payments through credit card or other pieces. I've seen a lot of those delayed. I've seen a lot of things where it's been shut down and off. What's the status of that, and why is that?
So a number of years ago, finance issue, actually purchasing department issue a handful of P card throughout to certain people through the town. And then after a year or 18 months, maybe 2 years, the P card was cut off. We received an email from Ms. CFO, Ms. Rao, that the P card is no longer available. And then until recently, I learned that we do have one P card, which is held by finance. So, and then we have to send a request to finance to obtain the information that of the P card in order to do purchasing on to the credit card.
Has that occurred then for the items that I know you needed it for previously?
Due to a lot lately, my office been so busy. We have couple lined up. Actually, also the finance was doing the budget cut over. So I did have a scheduled appointment with one of the employee in finance to schedule to do some of the payment to the township P card. Because a lot of my renewal, for example, SSO certificate, website domain renewal, and usually I do those at night because during the daytime, it's not good to do it during the daytime. When I renew it, the SSO certificate, for example, I do it at night, renew it, they email you the certificate right away, so I can apply it right away. So right now, with the PO, some of them does take PO, but PO takes a while. Mm-hmm. And after the council approval of the bill list, it would take a week to the finance department needs to go to cut the check, then take almost 3 to 5 business a day, depending where it's in the state, and then for them to receive it, to process it.
So assuming you're moving away from that, the answer is you'll be using the P card that is available.
I will try to use as much as I can, and with CFO approval.
Okay. Any other questions for IT? Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Thanks, Mr. Fan. I got a little confused about the number of personnel in your department. I thought that the CFO had said there were two full-time and 2 consultants who were long-time that you know, but they're on a different status. So can you just clarify?
So 2 full-time, including myself, and 1 help desk technicians. And then the other 2 is a consultant we pay through the professional services.
Okay, and then you said someone just today said they were leaving.
It's the IT help desk technicians.
I'm sorry, the employee or the consultant?
Employee.
Okay, so
He
that's why you
resigned.
said you'll be the only.
Yes, so gave a 2 weeks notice. So until starting February 9th, I will be by myself.
I mean, are you able to post the job again right away, or?
I just received the resignation today, so I already spoke with HR director, and also tomorrow, hopefully get the signature from Ms. Rao from the CFO to get the job posted, and then receiving applications.
Okay, I mean, is there any reason that, from your end? Sure, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
it just happened today,
yeah.
so.
Okay, no, just making sure. Yeah, I'm sure there were some things the other thing was, I was confused. I thought, again, Ms. Rao, you had said something about, I thought you said the overtime budget, it was a 30% increase. No. The what budget?
Maintenance budget, OE budget.
Oh, E, I thought you said OT, because I think we couldn't understand you. Okay.
Sorry, I don't get overtime.
No, all right, yeah. So that 30% increase goes to these other,
It's like the maintenance is usually average between 20 to 25%.
And because we are moving from .org to .gov, there is $100,000 budget, right?
No, I don't think that was included in the budget.
So what's the purpose in doing that?
hold on,
I'm sorry?
No,
This is something I never, was anybody else aware of?
well, so basically, the OE budget is 30% higher, you gave some general numbers, and that relates to professional services that you outside hire?
So
No.
the professional service usually I got last year I got like 35,000, and this year I'm requesting 70,000. And also I have 35,000 will go to the level 3 help desk technicians.
Okay,
And the 10,000 is go to for emergency fiber repair, because we do own our dark fiber throughout the town. And so because the fiber infrastructure was built back in 2003. So that is almost 19, 20 years ago.
with infrastructure.
So they do, sometime the scroll will chew through the cable, and then the fiber is down. Plus, the fiber is not just for the township. It's also for the board of education and the library. Because we share if the fiber is down, it's affecting the school and the township, then we share the 50%. If it affected 3 entities, it will be 45 for the township, 45 for the BOE, and 10% for the library.
Okay. Thank you.
And then I missed it, and then something I forgot to mention, in Q4, I would like to hire another, either the senior help desk technician or system administrator. Hopefully by 2024, I have a total of 3 full-time employee and just 1 network system consultant.
Can you,
Is that built into this budget? I'm sorry, that's.
I asked for to the 3rd full-time person to start posting the job in Q at the end of Q3 or beginning Q4.
Okay.
So I can go through the process of interview and then try to hire that person starting maybe 2024,
Okay.
beginning of 2024.
Mr. Fan, the .org to .gov,
Yes,
the purpose for that?
because a lot of time that they don't recognize the .org as a local government, we are entitled to have a .org domain. So the new domain we are going to hopefully transition this year. In the middle of this year, will be go to montclairnjusa.org to montclairnj.gov. So a lot of town like Princeton and a couple other towns, they already switched to that .gov website domain. That including our email and our website and such.
That'd be better, it'd be shorter.
Yeah, it's shorter, and one way is shorter, yes.
Yeah, so I guess, I think 5 or 10 years ago, it would have made sense to do that, but these days, people aren't typing in URLs so much anymore. You just type in Montclair Township in the search field, and it just, SEO, search engine optimization, just brings up the township as a first result. So do you see value in the shortened
For
domain?
communication, yes, for communication, talking to the public, I think I believe the communication director did the research and she encouraging to move to .gov. We already got the approval from the .gov from Washington, and then we just have to move along with it.
Yeah, I guess I would put a pin in that one, just it doesn't, in everything else that you're hearing that we have to spend money on, to me, it doesn't seem.
Well, I'd like to know what the money is, because I heard
It's,
the number's
free.
quoted, but I didn't hear
It's
you
free.
say there's a number.
free.
Yeah.
It's a free hosting domain.
Okay.
For
No,
.gov.
but you said the transfer was $100,000 to do the work.
To do the workload themselves, that is to separate our mailboxes. This is for our email mailboxes. Right now, we have 1 container in considered fire, police, and township employee. So we need to separate the container for the police department to make it more efficient.
So that has nothing to do with going to the .gov versus not.
In the same time, when we're doing
You'll
.gov,
do it then? Okay.
this is the right time to do it, to move everybody to have a right container set up and for the police department. Because police department might not go into .gov. They have a choice to go to .gov, or they want to go to get a new domain, montclairpolice.org. So they can separate from the township,
Well,
because
why-
a lot
let-
of town does that.
Let me just interrupt. You don't want to let them do that, do you? I mean, why should they be separate from the rest of the town?
Because right now it's the option for them. They don't have to do it, because right now it's good. I have to separate the container from the police and the rest of the town, because it's the CJIS compliance.
Can you just explain the container? Because you've used that term, I don't know what you mean.
So container, basically, a container is containing all the mailboxes throughout the town, for all the township employee. Currently, we, as Ms. Dawkins said, we have 474 employee, part-time, full-time, temporary, but not every single employee has an email address. Like, for example, most of the admin and in Steve Wood office, and they will get an email. An engineer will get an email, but most of the recycle worker, refuse worker, they don't get an email address. So that's why right now we have a license, the 425 Microsoft license for the town.
So I'm just going to make one more comment on this, because I've been through this before with domain changes. We have to also factor in everybody's email address on the website has to be changed. Everybody's business cards have to be reprinted. Like, there are a lot of actual costs in making these change.
Yes.
So I'm just hearing that you're understaffed. I'm hearing that we don't have enough money for the things that we need. So just think about this. And I
So-
understand the container separation and that being a compliance issue, but I don't know that it's worth all the other work. It's a rebrand is what it is. So-
We already brought that up with the previous year, and then with all these stationery, you cannot order any new business card until you finish your existing one. Basically, you just have to change it, cross it out, and then try to save some township money. After you finish all your business card, then you can order the new one. So that will offset some of the cost for the township.
So
I
you've,
ran
you've
out
held
already.
those already? Is that what
I'm
you're
sorry?
saying? You've held those already? You've held ordering already to make sure that
So
we're
right
not
now, everybody ordered business card. I asked them do not order 500 because normally they order 500 business card. I asked them to reduce to 250.
understood.
I had a question, Mr. Fan, if the communications and PR employee that is employed, if he or she is not available, are you the backup person for that?
Yes.
Do you update our website?
Currently, I am the backup for their website, Swift 911, Facebook, post anything for posting on Facebook, except the press release. I'm not doing, currently I'm not doing any press release that I rely on Mr. Scantlebury. And then, but everything else, I am the backup currently doing it.
Well, so you have that added.
That is added on since mid last year. And then the employee came back and then she went out again, so I am on it. I'm the backup right now, especially with the water main break, and then was working with the mayor.
Right. And the changing of the year, updating the calendars and everything.
Yes.
To 2023.
Yes, that's myself and my IT help technician, Chris, he helped also. Also, I'm working with the planning department. Tommy is also update the planning portion of it.
Would that not usually be your spot either to
I'm only
update
the backup.
You're the
I'm the
backup for
back-
the planning and.
If the communication director is on vacation and stuff like that, I
Right.
usually do the backup. But since she's on leave, somehow the website changes so much.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Thank you for that.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you
okay,
for recognizing
okay.
that.
Any other questions?
We appreciate you taking on that additional responsibility, is all I'll say.
Thank you. Can I go through my wish list?
You could
I have a
do,
wish list.
let's hear your wish list then. Yeah. Yeah, what do you got?
All right, so the.
More people.
This could be special.
That should be the top thing on there.
So I already mentioned additional full-time employee in Q4. Also, we desperately need a new data center. Currently, our data center is located at the main one is located at the fire department, 1 Pine Street. That is also shared with the police radio system. The room is over capacity. So we need to start thinking about a new data center. And then
Where would you put that?
either we'll put a trailer on top of the fire department, or we will look at these, some vacant space by the, one side of the fire department that they use it for storage right now. We will look at that part to become a data center. So just to give you an idea, let's say we do put a trailer on top of the fire department, the fire headquarters, estimated will be a $1.3 million.
Tony, are those, is it data lines? Is it storage capacity? Is it all, like when you say you're out of space, what are you out of?
I'm talking about physical space.
Physical space because we have too many lines and too much equipment?
We got too much equipment.
Okay.
And then plus all our fiber, the dark fiber throughout the town is all home run to the fire headquarters.
And how long can we go before you have to make that improvement?
We've been working with the fire department, struggling, and police as well, try to use the space as much as we can, but I think within a year or two, then we definitely need to, that's why I put it in the 2024 and 25. It's 50% for each year to get the data center to complete it within 2 years, between 2024 to 2025.
So let me ask you a question, Tony. So for the two things you just said there, for the new employee, would you say you hire Q4 and then put into the next budget? For this, that you said you split the cost up over the next 2 years' budgets. Any wish list items you have for this year's budget?
This year budget, additional funding for IT training, because technology changing every second. I mean, I do, most of them are allowed with webinar, but sometimes they don't go into the details, because we want to make sure the township is up to the top technology, and then so we asking for additional funding for training. Basically, we can do train the trainer. So if I got trained, I would train my staff. If one of my staff got trained, let's say for Office 365, he or she can host a training for employee whoever need training for Excel, Word, and something like that.
Tony, those seem like, rather nominal costs in terms of the big scheme of the budget. What are you anticipating for training costs?
I will, for probably, I think right now I'm getting like a 5,000 with combinations. I would like to increase it to $10,000.
So a $5,000 increase.
To $10,000.
Yeah. So, okay, gotcha.
The other one is centralize this year if we can, but it's depending on the municipal complex. It's a police be part of the new municipal complex. They desperately need the new access card system combined with the township and fire, because they are running out of room to do additional door if they want to. Because I know that they have a request, but the thing is, the existing panel in the police department cannot take any more additional connections to wire another door if they wanted to. Fiber connection throughout the town, because right now, again, as I mentioned, the top fiber connection is a linear. It's not a circle topology. Basically, if a fiber down in one section, then we are down. If you go to a circle topology, if one way is down, you can go around. It takes longer, probably a few more nanoseconds, but you can go around and still have connectivity. That will benefit for the township, the library, and the BOE.
What's the cost or something like that, Tony?
Right now, back then, back in 2003, I heard we spent like $1.7 million throughout the town to do all the fiber. Right now, probably that number is nowhere near that. I haven't get the estimate yet, but we need to get that inspected first. So the inspecting will cost close to $100,000 to inspect all the fiber.
Okay. Well, even for something like that, and I think that's a space you just noted. We all know who utilizes that. That's a conversation, I think, with all those entities as well to talk about capital investment, obviously, to see if there's a joint effort that could be put into that.
And the other one is I'd like to happen this year is the drone program. And we do have 2 drones in the town. And police and fire and code enforcement use it a lot, and also for the EOC, emergency officers, in case of emergencies, search and rescue, we do equip with it, but we are lack of training, because we do need to have certain hours of flying times in order to operate those, and also we need training to operate those at night.
What's the cost on these trainings?
The training, the budget I got is outdated. I need to obtain the new budget, the line item together for you. Because
Roughly, what was it? When is that?
I think it's, Brian, do you have that?
For the digital training,
For the night and stuff like that?
I can look back up what the
Yeah.
inputs were.
But this is also for not one employee. We have police, fire, code enforcement, and at least 5 or 6 employees. It will be in that training. I will get you that number. I don't have that number top of my head.
Okay.
And otherwise, then also probably one thing I'll be working with the clerk office and trying to digitize some of the and post it on the Laserfish portal for the public. In some of the information, they can just go to the Laserfish portal and search for some of the public document instead of doing OPA. Try to reduce the number of OPA. Go into the clerk office, they can search it online. So I'm working with the Madam Clerk to try to get that going this year.
Okay, great. That's good news. Well, I certainly think that we do need to stay on top of technology, and it's ever changing. I mean, I think of all the requests I've heard, a $5,000 increase to go to the latest trainings on technology, I certainly would be supportive of. So, I mean, come to us with it, what exactly that looks like. But, I think that's the kind of investment we certainly can't afford not to make in that
Thank you.
regard. Any questions, any additional questions on the wish list items? Seeing none, Tony, thank you so much. I know you're doing a lot there and
Thank you.
overwork, so we appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank
Tony.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you want to add communication?
Since the communication director is on leave, I'm going to also doing the
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
communication is part of the township manager budget.
Okay.
So this year, we have a 3-year contract with the, for our new website. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelm of the project, I've taken over from the communication director since she's on leave. And since I overwhelmed with a lot of projects, so I have to delay the new website deployment. I'm thinking about mid-February to cut over. And I already extended our existing provider for 3 months to hosting our current website before we cut over. So that is an increase over there for the hosting, website hosting. And then in general, TV 34 will need a new portable camera. That's about $2,000, and that will be increased. And then otherwise, it's normal inflation for the software, like a 10%. I think 15% for the communications, and the other line item is usually flat.
Okay.
Any question for the communications? Yes, ma'am.
Just want to make sure I understood. You said that you're doing this new website, but you've bumped it forward about a month or two because it's not quite ready right now.
It's not quite ready because I got inherited that project.
I
because the
understand. No, I just
communication-
didn't know if I understood. You're
Yeah.
saying the new website, we haven't seen it yet, it's yet to come, and you've
It's
started a
going
little
to, most likely, it will be launched in mid-February.
bit. Okay, thanks.
Yes, and then if you want, I can forward you the link. You can take a look at it if you'd like to.
By new website, it's a whole new design?
Whole new
Or it's a whole
design
new
theme.
host? I mean,
Whole new design.
of the design feature.
Whole
Okay.
new design, different than what our current website right now.
Okay, thank you.
So if there's something we want to change in it, like,
You can change the content. You cannot change the structure of the website.
no, not structure, I'm talking about content.
Yes.
Conte, you used to say to us, you want to update something, like a bio or something. 'Cause
Yes.
Mine gets very old quickly.
You can send it to
So-
me. I'm gladly to update it for you. Anybody want to update their bios, please send it to me. I'm gladly to update it for you, even though with the current website.
Thanks,
I
Tony.
can go to my LinkedIn. This is just related to the conversation I was having with the clerk's office earlier, in terms of just thinking about an insert. It might be going to communications budget, it might go in your budget for either the water bill, the sewer bill, the tax bill. We want to insert probably maybe 2 messages in the year into that. So just pricing out the cost of printing something double-sided that would go in the envelope in either budget, just to be conscious of that for the
That
communications budget.
probably maybe I would maybe recommend it, talk to Gary Upsani, because they do send out water bill. Is Gary still here? Because
No,
I work with
we've-
all the departments.
Oh, I think that's what he's saying, and we have done this in the past. We did one in
Yes, with the
2012
tax
and
bill, the
2013.
water
and-
bill,
and,
you can insert this couple.
I think so he's
messages
saying, which is why he's saying it would be nominal, because
Yes.
we're looking for just a printing cost of.
with the
of a
stamp
thing.
and stuff like that.
Just-
But the water bill, you already send it quarterly and stuff like
Right,
that.
so there's no additional stamp or anything else.
Yeah.
It's just a printing of a piece of paper.
But if you want to send a whole paragraph, whole page of it, then something you have to, maybe we need, Mr. Upsani, get a new price code for that.
Got it.
All right? And
Anything else on communications?
You, who's, Marge, doing the manager office?
No.
Okay, let's go
You
ahead
want-
with
you
that.
wanna
Manager. Thank
get
you
the
so much,
numbers
Tony.
there?
Appreciate that. Thank you. Brian, you're up?
Yes, I am. I'm waiting for my little intro here.
All right.
Big intro, could be big intro.
Well, just to save us some time, you want to head down while your intro's going here? So I think
Manager's office, salaries and wages is going to be a little down because a retired employee is going to be replaced by a lower wages, like the first step or second step, rather than no longevity, because the new employees don't get longevities. That's the only difference with salaries and wages, I still don't know, and it's uncertain what is any stipends or anything going to go for Mr. Scantlebury. I don't know. I need to know about that. And with regard to OE budget, it's mostly flat. Yeah, other than the little inflationary increases estimated.
I really thought my introduction would be much more enthusiastic than that, but Brian Scantlebury, Deputy Township Manager, as Ms. Rao said, the budget for the manager's office is absolutely flat. As a matter of fact, the only increase is the professional services line, and that's only because a couple of consultants that we hire come out of the manager's office and that line within the manager's office. But other than that, the only slight increase is in the township website maintenance that Mr. Fan mentioned, and the communications, Ms. Walk's budget that, again, Mr. Fan mentioned. But there's absolutely no changes. We have an open position in the office now, and we're seeking to fill that, and that's Ms. Gilbertson's old position. And we're actively going to work to fill that. Other than that, that's about it for the manager's office.
Any questions?
Maja, you mentioned stipends.
Yeah, but I don't know whether acting position will get a stipend or
Okay.
not. I was told like at one time it could be a stipend position, so. because-
And that's
For
the-
Mr. Scantlebury,
Okay.
yes.
Well, if
Well,
I
I
may,
assume we'd have to look at it all. I mean, Mr. Fan is doing extra positions, others are doing positions, so we'd have to see who we're giving stipends to, but certainly something for us to discuss if we're thinking
giving them.
along those lines.
I was
Any
gonna-
questions for Mr. Scantlebury?
Thank you. I was going to follow up on that point, just because I know before us in a little bit is the two positions related to the rent control office, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, so the stipend piece, so I was just curious, since it came up, as the stipends go, is that something that, I think you mentioned that the person you're bringing on, could talk about it in a few minutes, or we could talk about it just because it's relating to this conversation.
Was this specific to the budget?
Well, it's only to the extent that there was a stipend question, and I didn't know if that's something that's in in the manager role at this point, which is the deputy manager role, that you're somehow in all of them,
I
because of
believe the
this.
stipend piece that's being mentioned, and in the realm of rent control, is that that's a job I've been doing since May 9, and there was supposed to be a stipend attached to the role of rent control officer. I think that's what is being discussed here, not the staffing position that you'll be passing tonight.
Okay, there were two positions on there, so for the
That-
officer and for the
well,
other.
yeah, the rent control officer, that's on there because that position needs to be budgeted for. Okay, now that salary, and we had this discussion before, is that position was passed in your ordinance on May 9th. Okay, the additional positions, because you needed two people in that position, that was passed in the ordinance blindly with no idea what actually had to be done to run that office. That's why that administrator was there.
Right.
Okay, so that position, the officer job is not new. It was part of your ordinance that you passed on May 9th.
Okay, got it, thank you.
I have a question.
Councilwoman Schleicher?
Mayor, about stipends. Maja, on the bill list,
I'm sorry.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Were you done?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. On the bill list, every so often, there are stipends paid to ex-employees, retired employees, for their Plan B Medicare or Medicaid.
It's not stipend, it's a reimbursement according to our agreements that we have with the retirees. All retirees, qualified retirees, I should say, they are covered under the township. The retiree health benefits are paid for by the township, but some employees, their Part B reimbursement, Medicare Part B
Right.
payments that they pay, and we reimburse that payment only to the employee, not the spouse or anything, just to the employee. It is part of the agreement that the town had for years.
So they get that payment
We paid, they paid, but first then we
in
reimburse.
perpetuity, forever,
Yes,
till
Yes.
they don't have it anymore?
Yes.
Okay. So but it's just for certain employees, or? Because
it is one of the resolutions that was adopted by some unions. I think it's employees hired
Right.
before 1983. I can't tell you right now
Right. Oh,
exactly,
okay.
but
I was
there is-
just wondering,
it's through a
it's-
resolution adopted.
Okay, so it's not every employee gets their
No,
Plan B
no, I'm not
reimbursed?
going to get it.
Oh, okay.
Right
That
now.
would, that's
Okay.
not sustainable, I would think.
Yeah.
But, okay.
Yeah.
So it's a certain employees from a certain
Certain
year.
time, a long time ago,
Okay.
they were.
Do we have many of, I mean, how many are there? Do you know offhand? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I see them come up.
Yeah,
And-
the
yeah.
Part B reimbursement, very few, I think maybe 20 if I have to, or even less.
20?
But the retirees, there are a big
Right.
number of retirees there on the
Right.
health benefits.
That's a lot of money. I guess they're 1,200, 1,800, 2,000, I mean, they're quite, they get them a couple of times a year, or even quarterly, I think they get them.
Yeah, sometimes it
a lot.
depends if they put the bill through, yes, mostly quarterly, and in some cases, I know one certain employee puts once a year,
Okay.
the reimbursement. They pay already, and they already paid for the premium, and they're requesting reimbursement that we are processing now.
What do you mean? They already paid for it?
They pay for, and through their social security benefits, it's deducted from their social security. And they give us a statement of the social security where it lists how much is the premium. That is the amount we reimburse, the 80% of it.
I see. It's very generous.
Any questions on the
Thank you.
manager's budget?
Yeah, so I guess the question that you're asking in terms of be able to do your budget is whether or not Mr. Scantlebury will get paid for taking on the rent control position since May.
That's
Yeah.
the stipend you were talking about.
That's,
Right, so what do we have to do is that something the council has to,
Yeah, council.
the council has to do that?
Well, Mr. Burr, you can help me out here, but there was an agreement with my boss, Mr. Stafford, back in May, but we never got to it. The number, okay. As a matter of fact, you were there. You were in the room.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct,
Yeah.
correct. Mr. Stafford did mention that Mr. Scantlebury would get a stipend for acting as the rent control officer to get the rent control office up and running. In order to make that stipend happen, the council would have to adopt a resolution at this point in time. Or upon the return of the manager, he would authorize that stipend.
You would authorize what?
The stipend.
Well, he would just authorize it, we would still have to approve it.
Yeah, you would still have to.
Thank you.
We could initiate that without that manager return, right?
Yes. Yes.
But is this appropriate to talk about in public session
No,
specifically?
this is a personnel matter, really.
Right, so,
Well, I just wanted, she said she couldn't
yeah,
complete her budget.
We need
and
certainty
Mr.
what to
Mary-
put in the budget, right?
Right.
well, yeah, you gotta work that out somehow. I approve him getting a stipend, but that's,
How about me,
I
Bob?
know him 30 years.
Any other questions on the manager's budget? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Scantlebury. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate all the departments and all the information, and I think as part of it, we wanted to hear the initial piece. We're mindful of the asks and the additional asks, if you will, which is the wish lists that we've heard. Those pieces obviously all considered in the context of how we address the budget, and certainly we know that it's about $1.5 million, at least upon original introduction to us or mention to us here, about $1.5 million over the cap. So we do have to cut that out of the budget, in addition to listening to and marrying that with some of the asks and also the additional wish list asks. So those are all part of the discussion that we have around the budget. Specific to that, I know Mr. Scantlebury, I did alert you. I did get a reach out yesterday, and appreciate you followed up with it today around health benefits and some of the other issues there. I was informed yesterday that there's a potential to have an equal to or better than plan. That's about a $500,000 savings. That was a significant piece. So I do appreciate that you followed up with that today. And we'll have more information forthcoming in the future. So appreciate that, and we'll see what that looks like. So some good pieces there. With that now, I will move along and we'll open it up for public comment. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and we'll certainly hold everyone to that. So please, if you're wishing to speak to the council on public comment, come on up. Thank you.
I wish we could take a break. I gotta what?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rosie Harrison. This is my neighbor and my sister, Maria Tompkins. We live at 50 Greenwood Avenue. Some of you know us. We've been here before. In 2018, we're back again with our same issues with our building. We've called the health department. We've also called code enforcement. Now we're asking Mayor and the council to help us with getting our building back to what it used to be. We're dealing with rodents. We're dealing with security issues. We're dealing with leaks in our apartments and cracks. We reached out to everybody, the Edgewood Management Corporation that's doing the building with no help. We're right at wit's end now, and we need our township to help us and to stand up with us. So what is it that you guys can possibly offer us that we haven't been doing since 2018? And we're back here again in 2023.
So it's almost 5 years,
Yes,
and that things didn't improve?
no, things have not improved.
So-
They've gotten worse.
Okay, so when Mayor Jackson was here, as you know,
Yes.
years ago, we all decided you needed help, and we even brought them in, the people that own the place, they came here, remember?
Yeah, we remember.
Owners came and managers, all that stuff, are they
We
new
remember.
people? Are those same people there? There's
And
another-
since then, we've had about 15 new managers.
We've had about 10 new managers, and every time they get rid of the manager, then the regional property manager also changes.
But still the same ownership.
We don't know who
Oh,
the
you don't
owner
know.
is. We still don't know who the
It's just the
town doesn't
management
know.
court.
The town doesn't know who the owners of the building is.
Councilor, I believe
Mr. Scantlebury.
This is,
So hearing this, I do remember, being here when you did originally come, and certainly as was just noted, we were able to bring in the management entity from the property in to speak to the issues and to ask to be more responsive. I'm hearing a few different things here, though. One is around rodents or other complaints or other pieces to see if there are any violations. You've noted you've reached out to code enforcement before, so I just asked Mr. Scantlebury, how does that intersect with what we're hearing, what code enforcement is seeing, what has happened in that regard? And then secondarily, I guess, Mr. Burr, to you as well, what steps are actionable and pressure points could a township, put on? Where are our lanes? What can we do? What can't we do? And to get a little information there. So first, Mr. Scantlebury, if you can offer.
I can tell you what I know as
Please.
of this evening. I know there were a number of inspections made. I know that they, meaning our inspectors, were there today. I didn't get a chance to meet with them after because I want to get a chronology of when code enforcement was actually at 50 Greenwood, and also when the Section 8 inspectors were there. So I want to get a better idea, but I didn't get a chance to talk to them after the inspection today. It still is the same company, from what I understand, Councilor Russo, that came here in 2018. I heard the same story. It's a bunch of turnover there. Property management is hideous. And that's been ongoing. At one point in time, most people didn't know who the manager was at 50 Greenwood. They were dealing with, I don't know if I should mention the name, Miss Queen, who's the regional.
She's there now.
Yeah, she's there now. I was told this evening that the CEO, I think, or the president of the union, whatever it is in Gaithersburg, Maryland, is coming up next week. And I asked them to get in touch with me because I did want to have a sit down and let them know this is Montclair. This isn't filling your city. Okay, so that whoever that person is coming and spending the week next week. That's the head of this, I don't know, union something LLC, whoever is the boss of Ms. McQueen, they're coming up next week. So there is action taken. I can give you my card. I'll step it when I'm done speaking, and we can chat again tomorrow after I speak with the inspectors who actually inspected 50 Greenwood and who was there today. Okay? And
So
I can
from that, we will get him to connect with you here, which sounds like exactly a good thing. Get a little information from what the code inspectors found today, which is great. Obviously, you're hearing that visit for the next week, which will be important, an important conversation. And then we'll also have Mr. Scannable update us as well to see if there's anything we interface with our attorney that we can do to add additional pressures.
One more thing, because I know we only have 3 minutes. Back in 2018, we did ask that the fire marshal come out and look at the elevator. Well, we're down to one elevator. The elevator's been down since 2021. Okay, so we got one elevator in an 87-unit building. But anyway, when the fire alarm goes off, this is a great concern. The elevator is supposed to come to the first floor, open the doors, and stop. It's not supposed to keep going. The fire alarm goes off, and they will get back on the elevator and go back upstairs. And that's not how it's supposed to be. Also, we had fire doors years ago where the doors are supposed to stay open, magnetically stay open, and then when a fire alarm goes off or is there a fire, the doors are supposed to close. Well, about 7 managers ago, for some reason, they decided to close all the fire doors. Yes, so the fire doors are closed. We also mentioned that to the fire marshal as well, okay? So now, not only is that dangerous, but also because people are always pushing the door when they're walking through the corridors, we have big holes in the walls because the doors need to stay open. Now, we've asked this since 2018. As far as I know, nothing has happened, and I'm not putting down our fire department or anything like that, but as far as we know, no one has come out to advise us, why do these elevators keep going when the fire alarms go off, and why are these doors not open like they're supposed to be? And no one gets back to us regarding that.
Now, when
So
you
you're
say
hearing that-
fire marshal, who do you mean, fire marshal?
The
Somebody?
fire department, the fire marshal, he
They get
came out.
inspected. They're
Fire-
supposed to be
There's
inspected.
inspectors.
Right, and they said that they inspect the elevator. Well, if you inspect the elevator, why is the elevator still moving?
Right, you're right.
So let's get that answer, right? So Mr. Scannellberry will be, meeting with you guys and certainly putting all those questions to all of our code enforcement individuals, right? Those would be individuals who would look at that as well. They fall under the fire department, but they're code enforcement. Let's find that out. Let's find out, and then eventually some of these things may spill into legal, right? I do know fire doors, the whole point of them, they have to close during fire. There may be some nuances. You probably could leave a door closed, right? It just can't be open, right? So what are the nuances around, the law? Which let's know our answers when we go and asking our questions on our end, so we can push back and be as effective as we can be. But we'll work with you on that, through the managers you heard here. First and foremost, I think, is sitting with him. Let's make sure he is fully abreast of everything, and certainly in addition to anything he's got on his list, you can add, that you think should be discussed. Okay. When they bring out their top tier, management team or personnel, we'll have that conversation. He'll have that conversation directly, okay. And then of course update you from what code enforcement found, what those conversations look like. Will update us as well, okay. And then of course we'll go to our competent attorneys to say, are there any other legal pressures that we can bring to bear, and come up with a plan of action to see what that looks like.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
This is your counsel.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Yeah, I want them
Good
to know
evening.
that.
Okay. Good evening. I just want to let you know, and the public at large, and I want to acknowledge the Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee and Deirdre Malloy, who's the chairperson, for being very hands-on, and I've gotten extensive emails, and while I haven't communicated with you during the day and everything else, I'm asking the questions, and I know that we're just now, asking the manager to take over some of this, quarterback it in some ways. I think the job has gone well beyond what the Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee is probably designed to do, and and I appreciate how far, I'm going to acknowledge Ms. Malloy right there, for being on top of it with members of your committee. But I want to make sure that the township is, with respect to everybody, just that the decency and the respect for you and residents in a space, and I understand there's the flooding basement and many other features, the mold that's there now, the elevators I've heard about, all of these features, it's unacceptable, and we don't own the space. And so in light of that, how do we exert, as just noted, the pressure on the actors who do? But this is Montclair, and it doesn't matter where it is. None of this is acceptable, and I'm sorry that this is what you and the others have had to live with. So I hope that we can turn a corner. If there's a role for any of us as members of the council, we will be there, but it's really so much about the professionals who have to deal with, I understand HUD, DCA from the state, and other entities are involved at this point. I know some folks are living in Section 8 housing. That's a different kind of, I guess, accountability infrastructure on that side of it. So there's a lot of moving parts, and I'm not sure everybody, obviously different kind of circumstances, but nonetheless, the building needs to be brought to code, and I know that, again, the professionals have been there, and I hope that this is in the right momentum going forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
If I could just add, Mayor.
Councilman?
As well. I'm sorry that I wasn't in the room during the beginning, but I just want to let you know, I live around the corner, as you probably know. So I want to come by and just spend some time with you all and have a look at things. I think we've got a plan of action in terms of follow-up and next steps. I have no tolerance for slumlords. I just don't. So I want to show up and meet with folks. And I guess my question is, are you organized as tenants? Like, is there group communication and whatnot? Because if there's an opportunity, maybe Councilor Price Abrams or the mayor would want to join, or Councilor Russo as your other at-large representative. Love to just come and meet with tenants and know that we hear you and we see you, and this is not acceptable to any of us, and we're not going to let up until it's solved.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good evening. My name is Deirdre Malloy. I'm the chairperson of the Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee and have been working on this matter at Union Gardens for the last 4.5 years. So, fast forward for today, Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee has been working with federal and state officials behind the scenes to have the building re-inspected. And today, state officials were on site along with Montclair Township Code Enforcement, who has been throughout the years keeping records of the issues in the building. And they have some work to do to get the chronological information available. There are OPA requests that the federal officials want to see as well. And they have every intention on doing their own due diligence. Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee has met with the tenants. They are also represented by legal, and we intend as a committee to just simply finalize our reporting and then send it over to you all. And does anybody have any questions for me?
So
Any
you're on,
specific questions?
excuse me, so you're on top of this. I mean, they left, but they didn't have to hear that because you're in touch with them, right?
Constantly.
Okay, because I like to see everybody communicating. That's all my life is, communication, okay, as an educator.
Yeah.
So I just saw that they left. I asked my wife to go out and get them, but you don't need that. You're in touch
No.
with them. I just wanted them to hear your report.
They're more up to date than they shared, which is fine. But I think what they want to do is be heard, because this has been happening for years.
Right.
And Edgewood Management has been noticed. The regional property manager that Mr. Scantlebury mentioned, we spoke with yesterday. And so it's just a matter of waiting for the reports to come back from HUD, DCA, and Montclair Code Enforcement. And literally, all of the details that need to be documented or what have you will be. And I think the township has done a really good job for the most part, to the best of their ability. And it's really about accountability enforcement. So there's some other information that's not quite clear from the code enforcement perspective, but we will hope to have that information. Any questions or
I
comments?
just want to say one thing, because it'll be off my mind. See, I used to go to that building all the time. Councilman Don Zeef from the 3rd Ward used to go and talk to Gwen, who was the leader there. She was the district leader, Democratic district leader. This goes back 30 years now. Brian may remember this, but 30 years ago, a great relative of Councilor Cummings was my good friend, and she tried to take action to get things done, political action, get the council to do things. So we've heard about this problem for 30 years from a very active woman there. Now, if there's a tenant group there, they should connect with the tenant association too, tenant organization. But these poor folks have come here, and the last time we were here, Councilor Schlager, Deputy Mayor Herlock, and Mayor Spiller, councilman at that time, 3rd Ward, we know how desperate they were. We thought we had it resolved, you know what I mean? This is what, it unnerves me that 3-4 years later, those same people come back begging us to help. And in the United States of America, we should not have this kind of crisis with housing when there's people with 20-room mansions in our town, and then there's people with 1-bedroom apartments with rats and problems, okay? There is such a diversity that is negative in housing. So I just wanted to say that to you because it's in my heart that we should not have this in Montclair or in this country, but it's all over the country that people are living in poverty and in conditions that we need to make better, while some people don't even pay their fair share of taxes and make millions. Thank you.
I agree, and I can assure you that the work that the Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee has done will bring this to a close. Mayor Spiller, did you have something?
No, I just want to say thank you. I know that you've been intimately involved, as the councilwoman who represents the ward noted, and certainly your efforts, oftentimes aren't acknowledged in the moment, but thank you very much for your efforts, and we appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Council. William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. I'm also the chair of the NAACP Housing Committee. And yes, I was here 4 or 5 years ago when this situation was brought before the previous council and mayor. Promises were made to resolve the problems. Obviously, a lot has fallen through the cracks. I did accompany the inspectors from the township, the state, and also a member of HUD through the department, so at least through one of the major areas that was really, really in terrible shape, and that was the basement. It's just unacceptable, and I think Councilor Russo and Abrams just mentioned it. But if this was Valley in Bloom, this would not be the situation in Montclair. There's no doubt about that. People deserve to have a decent quality of life. It doesn't matter if they're living at that 50 Greenwood Avenue or, as I mentioned, at Valley and Bloom. We should not even for a second allow this sort of a situation to go on for 4 to 5 years. I'm a landlord, also the chair of the Landlord Tenant Board. It's just unconscionable. It's just unconscionable that we would sit here year after year, people, hardworking people, looking for a decent place to live, and they have to live under these conditions. So we're all responsible. We're all responsible. But the main issue, the Landlord Tenant Committee, they're looking for a solution for these tenants. And I think if everyone works together, we'll come to that solution. But it needs to be much sooner now than later. Thank you.
Good evening, Renee Baskerville. Environmental injustice, disproportionate exposure of communities or neighborhoods of color or people with lower socioeconomics to pollution and to its effects on health and the environment, as well as unique environmental protection and environmental quality provided through laws, regulations, governmental programs about governmental decisions and decisions on land use and land development. Being in highly
high-traffic living areas and surrounded by high-traffic areas are very risky for human lives. It makes the people that live in those areas at risk for such things as asthma, for chronic lung conditions, and even death. The populations that are most likely to be affected are those of our children. When we look at the areas around the Elm and Bloomfield Avenue corridors near Charles H. Bullock School and the CDC Child Development Head Start program, we're talking about young children between the ages of 3 and 5 at Head Start and the elementary school children there. Being in an environment where they have very high traffic on 669 highway with the addition of more vehicles traveling to and from, perhaps trucks bringing deliveries, maybe taking deliveries, depending on the nature of what retail goes there and depending on what the grocery or supermarket store is there. It might be quite a few trucks. Say, for example, if it's a Wegmans or an Amazon or whatever, you have a lot of different trucks going and coming, and all of those things contribute to the ill effects of the health of our children. In addition to some of the other effects that I've talked about, the asthma, the studies that were done on younger people and young adults also concluded that chronic pulmonary diseases and cognitive conditions are also affected by this. Cardiovascular morbidity is also affected by these things. I'm asking that as you consider the impact of the mega development that is being discussed for the Lackawanna development, please consider the effect of the people, the human beings that are going to be most closely affected to this area. Yes, we have an opportunity here to do something great for the community, but I'm just asking you please to consider that fact that is most dear to all of our hearts. Myself as a pediatrician, I mean, we see it. We see the asthma on the rise now, and if there are things that we can do to downsize or bring the scale down a bit or whatever we can to try to decrease the traffic there, please, I'm asking you to do that, and let's maybe save a life. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Joan Pransky, 11 Stevens Street. I wanted to talk a couple of minutes about my concerns about the Lackawanna Plaza development. There may have been changes that I'm not aware of, so hopefully some of the concerns I have already been addressed. You know, from my perspective, this is like a city within a city. The residential units are 375 units. I haven't heard anything about the size of the units, like how many studios, how many 1 bedrooms, how many 2 bedrooms, how many 3 bedrooms. I've heard that there may be up to 1,000 people living there. For a town that has 40,000 residents or somewhere around that, 1,000 people is a very big dent in the population. Inside these 375 units, it says 20% are going to be set aside for low and moderate income households. You know, if it's 1 person in a studio, that's 64 people in this city getting low and moderate income housing. And even if that were true, when you look at the language about the 20%, up to 15% of that can be the short-term rentals. Is anybody paying any attention to that? The short-term rentals are defined as 3 to 90 days. So 15% of your 20% set-asides are people who live there 3 to 90 days. How, in God's name, are you going to figure out their income ability? But even if you could, why are those the people that you're serving in this little megacity? I know you've got 10% set aside for workforce. That's, I think, 80 to 120% of median income. That's somewhere around $90,000, $100,000 for a person. That is not a low and moderate income person. So it's of great concern to me how little attention is being paid to this issue. You know, when I hear people talk about preserving Montclair, I hear them talking about the historic structures and the green space and the bike path and the density and how high, but, you know, I've lived in Montclair 45 years. Some of you are more recent than that. Some of you go back way before me. But we used to talk about the pride and joy of Montclair of being its racial and economic diversity, and that's what we wanted to preserve. And I took a look at the census data. The most recent you get is 2021. In 2021, and these are all adjusted for inflation, the mean income, which is the average of Montclair's households, at $213,000. Can I give you the figures?
If you can do it quickly, yes.
Okay, in 2018, they were 182. In 2013, they were 153. You are really, we spent years talking about racial diversity and what was happening. Your income diversity is leaving you. It's leaving you. So for those of you that are committed to that, I urge one or more of you, instead of having your focus be on height and size, to have it be affordability and to put your laser focus there. Because if you don't, Montclair will be something else, and you really need to think about whether or not you want Montclair to be something other than a community that prides itself on racial and economic diversity. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you, everyone? My name is Eric Payne. I live at 70 South Fullerton. I'm here with one of my partners, George Marabou. As you know, we put an application in for a cannabis dispensary. We're with Night Owl LLC. Wanted to inform you that it's been suggested to us that we can let you know that we'll be receiving the support of the African American Heritage Foundation, which they will formally be letting you know that within the next couple of weeks by the next council meeting. And just briefly, as I said before, and just to recap, you know, George has had a business here since 1972, second generation business, the DLV Lounge. And someone recently shared some information with me about he's had the second liquor license in town. The first one was another establishment, Tyranny. And someone informed me that at that time, a long time ago, that black people weren't necessarily welcome in Tyranny to sit down and have a drink. And so the DLV Lounge filled that void. And I just think that George has been a good steward, second generation in operating that. He wants to step back a little bit and transition into a business, you know, running a bar, you know, that's 24/7 just about. And it's all day and all night. And he's ready to step back a little bit, but transition into a business where he doesn't have to be quite as hands-on. So, and I think that he deserves that. And I think that hopefully we can be able to get your approval for the license. So I just wanted to briefly inform you of that. Thank you for your time.
Hello, everybody. I just want to commend everybody on the job that they've been doing. I think you guys are great listeners. I think you're dedicated. And I think that you all want to do the best job that you can do. I appreciate that. I just want to let you know that my name is Reverend Dennis L. Washington, and that there's going to be a change in Montclair. And it's not going to be long. I'm not going to hold you long. But the change is coming, and it's for the better. It's going to help you guys. Going to help you do a better job than you're doing now. Going to help you be a better person than you are now. I just want you to open up your eyes and see. You know, of course, you can always do a better job. Not for yourselves, for the people that you're governing. You know, be a little more considerate sometimes. Walk in their shoes sometime. I'm going to tell you a little something here, then I'm going to sit down. Not going to keep it. My grandmother used to tell me when I was a little guy, she used to say, you gonna be a reverend or a doctor? So I used to look at her, no. But anyway, she used to tell me, once you do the best job that you can do, you know, go somewhere and sit down, don't worry about it. You did your best. And she used to pat me on the back. But you know, when I got grown, you know what I learned? I learned that there's no such thing as you did the best you can. Of course, your best can always be better, okay? If you fail a test this week or whatever, you could be a better mayor next week, Mayor. Better mayor. And then after the week after that, if you apply yourself, if you study a little more, whatever you have to do. If you put on your big boy pants, you can always improve. Always. You sit down, you can improve. Whatever you do, you can be better. And we, the Council of Montclair, can be better than we are. Thank you.
Adrienne O'Toole, 48 South Willow. I appreciate this evening. It sounds as if there's been a lot you've learned and I've learned and a lot of catch-up to be done in some of the systems in this town. I don't want to blame anybody, but I could blame our previous, whatever that job was called. Anyway, one of the things that I was reminded of years ago, the town clerk had a folder that was given to every new resident in town. Well, the systems in town, the committees. I don't know if that went by the wayside or if you ever thought about doing that again. And I don't know if there's a way to keep track of all the new residents in town, and there are many of them. But that might be something to consider, or maybe online. And I'm glad to hear the website is being changed, because when you look at some of the neighboring towns' websites, ours doesn't even compare. And sometimes when you plug in on a meeting, you don't know what the meeting is. You have to figure out who the people are to figure out who the meeting is, and this should be, well, you know that anyway. So I appreciate all you're doing. Just remember, in 20 or 30 years, when you're riding around town, you might be wanting to live in these buildings that you might be planning. And do you want to live in a 5-story huge building overshadowing your neighbors? That's all. Thank you.
Daniel Cruz, 40 Irving Street. I wanted to do a public comment on the Lackawanna redevelopment plan, but I'm not sure what's already been said and what I could say to contribute to the conversation. I suppose I would just want to introduce myself for those of you who may not know me and my connection to the plan. In 2017, sorry, I'm a little nervous. In 2017, in between my semester at Essex County College and NJIT for me to become a civil engineer, I helped organize a protest with the help of Councilwoman Renee and Mr. Scott to highlight the food insecurity going on and the need for a supermarket and a grocery store. Because of that experience in my life, I decided to go to NJIT to pursue a degree in civil engineering, and I'm currently there as well to become a surveyor engineer. I spent the last 2.5 years of my career in the private sector, learning about planning, zoning, and a lot of the issues and concerns that people in the town have about the plan. I would hope I could ask the council what would be a good way to have a good, productive public comment on the plan. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, with that, I will close public comment and thank everybody for their comments. We'll move through some of our agenda items here. We have Ordinance O-22-32, which is an ordinance to amend Montclair Ordinance O-22-07, creating certain offices, positions, and employments in the Township of Montclair and the County of Essex, and fixing the salaries thereof. With that, I so move. It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Scantlebury, the ranges that were added on here, we have the full employee guide with the ranges. How are they selected in here, in these ones here?
It was selected from the 2023 range. It was just the same type of job, similar job positions, because these jobs didn't exist.
I understand that. So which ones did you use as similar
Off the
to
top,
jobs to
to be
range
honest
it?
with you, I don't remember, but it was a department director's position.
Understood. And how soon do you believe in your conversations with HR that we have all the other structures in place, job description, otherwise, to post this?
Pretty quickly. I think she has a job description for these two now, as a matter of fact. So I would say within a month,
Within a month?
because she's working on a number of things, and this is secondary to me.
Understood. Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Question.
Councilman Yacobelis.
I just want to be clear on what we're doing with this, because obviously the rent control officer position is already created through the ordinance. So is this setting the salary range for that position and creating the administrator
Yes.
job?
Yes.
Okay.
And when will these jobs be posted?
Well, like I just said, I think HR will take about a month or so to review the job descriptions. I'm not in a hurry to do this.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, the what?
I said I'm not in a
you're
hurry
not in a
to
hurry?
do it.
Oh, okay.
Because the jobs didn't exist. It's being handled now.
Okay.
And then I could post the job, but Ms. Dawkins has so much on her plate that I put on her
Sure.
plate, that this, to be honest, is secondary to the handbook, to the code, township codes, and aligning that with the policies and all that kind of thing, so.
So it'll be about a month or so?
I
give or
would
take.
say so.
Yeah.
I want her to
Okay.
take care of these other priorities that I set.
Okay. Can I make a suggestion? Maybe I'm out of line, I don't know. But when we have things like this, is it possible going forward, now that we have a full-time HR director, could we get job descriptions attached to these?
Yes.
I think it would be helpful for me, I don't know,
Yes.
the rest of you.
That's
I mean, I
not,
think it's
yeah, that's not too
reasonable
much to
request.
ask. Not too much to ask.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that might be something that we can get for when we see these again.
Yeah.
Right, so just, if I may, just to pile on, to be clear, so these are coming back because it's an ordinance, so it's coming in a month.
The
The
job
second reading is
descriptions,
on
the job
second.
descriptions will be ready in about a month.
You know, I'm just saying, we're not going to have this before us
You're
again.
not going to have them before the job descriptions are done. Like I said,
I was
Miss,
clarifying for myself
Yeah.
that we're not going to see this in the next meeting, but in 2 meetings, at which
I
time
would
you'll
say,
have
I
that
would say
month.
2 meetings, because as I said, Ms. Dawkins, there's a lot on her plate that I kind of threw there, and this will come after all the other stuff, so it'll be about a month.
I understand your point. I was making a different point, which is that this matter will be before us again for second reading in 1 month, not in 2 weeks.
Not in 2 weeks.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herloff?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-22-25, which is an ordinance to amend Chapter 82, Animals, Article 4, Animal Raising of the Code of the Township of Montclair, and we were provided, thank you, Deputy Attorney, for the language there with the highlighted changes there. I so move.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
Yes, we made the change of the 4 feet to 6 feet.
That's the change. You see anything
some
highlighted
chicken.
is the change.
Fat holes.
I would just thank our animal control officer who is here at this late hour, just to be able to answer questions in case anybody had them. Michelle, you do an awesome job. Are you still driving around that new truck?
Yes, I am.
Beautiful new truck. She was at the League of Municipalities showing off the new animal control vehicle
She
with stuffed
always
animals and
does
all the
an
cages.
Awesome job.
Yeah,
Michelle
yeah,
always does an awesome
yeah. So thank you, and I think, and part of this is that you and the other ACOs will be doing the inspections to ensure that the compliance with the law, the distances, the conditions for the chickens to live in, et cetera.
And I also have just throw something out there.
Do you want to step up to the
Just all-
microphone?
If there's stuff to add to this, then you just come on up.
I also have created an application for the chicken coops with the grid on the back for people to fill out, and I'm planning on uploading that online so that people can download it from our website. I have animal control, and under animal control I have the chickens and a bunch of other topics. So they'll be able to download this, fill it out, and then even email it back over to us, so it's all electronic. Then once we get this, we'll go out and inspect the premises. If it's okay, then they pay for the fee for the coop, and then we go forward from there.
Thank you. And so, Mayor, I just want to thank you, Michelle. I want to thank Keith and the Health Department, the Law Department. We had coop owners, we had advocates, we had the Humane Society. We had a lot of people working on this for a really long time. Councilor Schlager and I started this about 9 months ago with a meeting with the Humane Society. So just thank you for all your contributions to the work to do this. And my only hope coming away from this evening is that we can create and maintain the same conditions for humans in this town as we are in terms of chickens. So thank you.
How many chicken coops do we have in town right now?
So there isn't a very large amount that have been brought to our attention. Right now, I can say in writing, I have about less than 25.
Oh, that's large.
So historically, they haven't been really reported, but now I'm hoping that we get this approved, we go forward. You know, we've posted social media and things like that. There is a chicken Facebook group in Montclair here. Yeah, and so we do share ideas and things like that. So they will be updated to let them know that this is going to be the policy moving forward. And I have a pretty good relationship with them, so I don't think I'll have a lot of pushback from them, but.
If I just wanted to add a quick thank you as well, because I did have some questions in the last couple of days as I was reading it thoroughly, and really appreciated the time that you took, and also I talked with Keith too, and just appreciate really my colleagues who put long time work on it, and then we've just made a couple of small refinements, but I think it's excellent, and I think, you know, the price of eggs, we know people are going to be happy to have their chickens, so.
And it's really for the betterment of the humane care of the chickens. That's the whole purpose of all of this. Make sure they can scratch on the ground and behave like chickens instead of being stuck in a coop, so.
Now, you don't get a chance to come here much. You don't have any budget requests, do you?
Keith took care of that the
Right,
last meeting.
as long as you're okay. Okay. Thanks for your hard work.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Are
much.
you still working on my special project?
I am actually.
What's that, Brian? Brian, what is that?
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Hearing none. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Enthusiastic, yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-22-27, which is ordinance to amend Code Chapter 347 zoning to permit accessory dwelling units as an accessory for 1, 2, and 3, dwellings in the RO, A, R1, and R2 zones, and that is incorrect there, so, as I read that. But
Yes, it is.
let's say it
Just the subject is wrong.
exactly, the subject line is wrong, but says
It was-
accessory dwelling units for 1 and 2 families, so it's correct on that. And I so move.
And I second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
If I may, Mayor, just to say.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
We've had this before, and I don't need to get into any great length, except for to say, this is to permit accessory dwelling units, throughout town. We took the input from the planning board, massaged it first with the staff, and then back to the advocates who have been working with us from the beginning. And, I think we just made a couple of modest changes, but it really is, I think, a tight ordinance for all the efforts that have gone into and the thoughtfulness that, I think these are factors that are going to help, notwithstanding everything we just talked about in terms of a big development in small ways in and around town in an organic kind of way, helping with the diversity and the affordability, again, in small pockets around town. So I am proud that we've moved this through and appreciate the support it's received so far. Thank you. And I did want to thank all the advocates, all of whom I've named before, but Harold Simon, Ann Lapel, Carmel Lockman, Frank Millspaw, Wendy McDeal, and our professional staff, Janice Talley and Gina DeVito. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to add, this has been a long time coming, because 20 years ago, when I was mayor, we were trying to get this done. I want to compliment Councilor Lori Price Abrams for really working very hard. I know that Councilor Yacobelis and I also worked on this, but Lori was the driving force working with the seniors and the advocates who were frustrated over the years with this, but it got together because of a good councilwoman focusing on it. Thank you.
So I have just a couple Questions. Number 11, a minimum rental term of 6 months. So if we want people here to be able to stay here, that seems a very short requirement for individuals who we want to be moving into these. Why just 6 months?
It's a minimum, not a maximum. So the whole point is we want people to, not everyone has to even rent them out, but that is certainly one of the obvious opportunities people will have is that they, once they've built it to code and everything else, that they can rent it. We're saying it shouldn't be less than 6 months because to the extent that you're putting someone into that community, there'd be some continuity. It's not like an Airbnb. I mean, it was very much not that. So 6 months was what we deemed to be an approachable, an acceptable minimum term. But the hope is they would be annual rentals, or people would stay for a long time, or, your kids might be living in there some period of time, or a senior member of your family. It's in that way. But if it's going to be a rental and there's a lease, it would be a minimum of 6 months for the sake of continuity, but not requiring a year.
So it allows flexibility.
Exactly.
And then the one off-street parking space. So what happens if the location doesn't have enough room in the driveway for another parking space?
I think they'd either have to figure out how to put one, or they'd get a variance. They'd have to go to the Board of Adjustment for.
Well, it's just the unintended consequences of that comes up in these locations, because I just imagine if we had done this in the house I grew up in, we wouldn't have space for an added parking space. So I just think that we need to think about, because then it comes back, I don't have a parking space. We go to the overnight parking, and we have to then make adjustments. So I just think there's a couple of things that I think we need to look at a little deeper.
Well, what's your recommendation? I'm not sure.
Well, I think I get you want to offer the parking, but when they don't, I think this needs to be clear to anyone who's getting into one of these that if there's no parking, then the township is not going to be responsible for providing parking, meaning like an overnight tag, so you can park in the street.
Yeah, well, that's what it says. They have to have a parking space.
Right, but I'm saying, but if they
don't,
if
then
you
that's
have a
not,
unit-
this is to permit it of right. If you don't meet the conditions, then you have to go for an appeal in some fashion. So no one's suggesting that the town's going to give you space on the street. You have to figure it out or get approval with variance. I guess I understand that way.
And I know one of the big things was really taken away from this being a part of rent control because of some legal aspects that were brought, at least from the planning board. And then, so all these units, basically, they can be rented at, is there a way to keep the rent to a reasonable amount?
So I think it's not regulated officially, but the idea is that by virtue of them being small, that they would be more affordable than other housing. I mean, it's just on virtue of what you'll get. I mean, kitchen, bathroom, and no more than 3 other rooms. That's whether it's bedroom, living space, whatever. So it's modest, and so therefore the rent should be commensurate. I can't tell you what the price point would be.
Yeah.
But that's the goal. That is the goal.
All right, I stated my
Thank you.
concerns.
Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Mayor, I would just add too that they have to be owner occupied, the property, so that would exempt it automatically from rent control too.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next items, we have items 1 through 9. We've discussed these on our consent agenda without objection. I will so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
I'm abstaining on this right now.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23018, which is, can I ask Councilwoman Schlager, would you do the honors? Thank you.
Yes, of course. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair and the County of Essex that said invoices be, and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons, the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated January 24th, year of 2023, for $4,660,119.64, and I so move.
Second.
Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Okay, next is Resolution R-2319, resolution authorizing a memorandum of agreement between the Township of Montclair, Essex, for providing temporary emergency shelter to persons experiencing homelessness throughout the township for the Code Blue initiatives. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
I have a question.
Councilwoman Schlager?
I don't have that in my packet. So
Number
my
11.
question is there an outside?
The assistant clerk is making copies.
Oh, well,
Hey, Robin?
yeah.
So basically, the
Is it
county, Essex
outside?
County,
Oh, yeah.
has put together, set aside funding to support townships. The money goes directly to the township. It's $40,000 from January till March 31st. And basically what happens is the township can pay for Code Blue services. So mesh, to take mesh into play, right?
Right.
So mesh now has, if mesh can now be reimbursed for cots, for food.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's for salaries, but cots, food,
Right.
whatever they use there. And then, because mesh already is receiving funds from us for overnight respite, if there are other locations that have everything that's required for it,
Right.
then say St. Luke's Church or Grace Presbyterian Church says, oh, we will be open for respite, then, we could cut them a check. They would just have to send us an invoice, and we're just a pass-through from the county. They're doing this all throughout the county. They're offering this up. The reason we need to get this done now is so that they can get it on the commissioner's agenda for next week, so that's when they can get approved officially.
Very good.
So it's basically free $40,000.
Very good. Thank you.
It being January 24th, this would have been, we will have a more, can we only use it up to that point in time?
It runs
That
from
end date?
January to March 31st.
In other words, we didn't have it in the beginning of January. I don't know
No,
why.
the county didn't officially approve it until, for this year. So it wasn't like they would vote on it in December to where we could have gotten it January 1.
So I'm only asking, and if it's the attorneys or who with the is there any way, if the cold weather runs past March, I don't know that it would, but could it be extended if it was
Yes,
needed?
they have a provision that if conditions arise that they need to provide these services beyond March 31st, they can do so.
Right, no, thank you. And I do understand Code Blue is obviously about the cold, but then there's also when there's extreme heat in the summer, this is a different whole program.
That would be a
Yes.
different program, right?
Okay.
This is just for providing emergency shelter services for the cold weather.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe, Councilwoman Abrams, that any monies that were, or any services that were given during the early January month can be reimbursed.
Oh, very good, okay.
I don't know if we had any cold, cold
not
weather.
been that-
Yes, the temperature generally has to fall below 32
It has to
degrees.
be, yeah.
Thank you very much.
And one of the things that needs to be, it's when the county calls for Code Blue.
Yeah.
These are for you. Two separate ones. So we have two separate ones? It's the one we're just talking about, Code Blue, 11. So we passing this?
Okay, no, we've got that. Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Consent agenda.
Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you. Next is Resolution R-23-20, which is a resolution authorizing the township to accept and qualify responses to the request for qualifications of professional services Labor Counsel. So for this one here, I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Mr. Burr, would you like to speak to this, please?
Yes, Mayor. This resolution, we put out a RFQ for qualifications back in the latter part of 2022 for Labor and Employment Counsel. We've gotten 3 responses back, and we're going to qualify all of those vendors to be able to provide labor and employment services to the council as we get cases that we will assess and then decide whether to farm them out.
So I think probably not lost on this is that one glaring omission is our current Labor Counsel not listed. Would you like
Current
to speak
Labor
to that?
Council current Labor Council did not submit a proposal, and for reasons I don't know. I'm not sure why. Yes.
When did we know that happened?
When the deadline arose on December 7th of 2022, I did not have a RFQ from, I did not have a proposal for the RFQ from them.
Councilman Yacobelis.
My question is just about rates, and I don't expect you to know them off the top of your head, but just to see the different hourly rates for each
Yeah,
firm.
the hourly rates are from $175 to $200 per hour.
Per hour, per firm, and
Per firm.
what about paralegal versus partner versus?
But paralegals will be lower, they're around $100 per hour for the paralegal.
Okay.
And the partners aren't billing a different rate. It's $175 or up to $200 for the attorneys, whether they're an associate or a partner.
And does each firm have a particular expertise that you would go to them within the labor-employee relations framework, or is it just who's ever available? We want to have 3 on hand to be able to do the work.
Well, yeah,
Or a little bit both.
they all 3 of them have labor and employment experience. And we've worked with 2 of them
Right.
in the past. One of them is a local firm here in Montclair, and I'd like to be able to explore using them. And once the case arises and I know what the particular matter is, if it's beyond our scope to handle it in-house with the law department, then we would assess which of the 3 that we would assign that case to.
Thank you.
But now, I just got to ask, we're going from one firm that we've had for years, right? I don't know how many years, but I've always heard Genova Burns. These are 3 new firms.
Not 3, when you say 3 new firms, can you?
For labor work, it was always Genova Burns did all of our labor, right? It was just one firm.
That's not correct. They didn't do all of our labor because some of our labor gets handled through the JIF, and the JIF will assign different counsel, and for instance, Cleary Jacob has handled labor matters through the JIF for the township.
Cleary Jacoby from Oakland, okay.
Yeah.
So these people all applied that they want to do it,
Yep.
and we're going to pick all of them. We'll let them all do it.
We're
We
going
can't
to
pick
have
just
we're
one,
gonna
like
have
Riker Danzig, and
We could, but we believe the better way with the labor at this time is to have a pool of attorneys to select from to assign cases to.
don't know, I can't question, this is your area of expertise. I don't know how my colleagues feel. I just feel a loss of not having Genova
And one
continue.
of the firms, Councilman Russo, is Riker Danzig.
Right,
who
we know.
who we've had as special litigation counsel
Right.
and conflicts counsel for
No, I know
over
them.
10
I
years.
just didn't know the
so-
other ones. Okay.
Thank you. So just to clarify for me, so your plan is to spread it around generally evenly and then see how each of these is.
And based on their knowledge and expertise of the individual case that comes in there. So we would try to spread it out evenly, but it will also depend on whether they've ever handled a matter like that, whether it could be a case that involves the collective bargaining agreement for one of the unions. Does that firm, does that labor department have experience in that type of case? That's what we will be asking them. I think we'll have more control over it. That was one of the places I felt coming into the new year that I didn't have as much control over what was going out from our law department for labor and employment.
Okay. Got it.
Mr. Mayor,
All
real
right,
quick,
yes, please. Mr. Ripper.
Mr. Burr, so there's a blended rate between partners, associates of counsel. Is that the range that you're going to be looking at for them?
Yes, well, the three firms charge different rates,
Okay.
between 175 and 200.
And they're all blended, though?
And
between
they're all
levels of
blended. So
experience.
if a partner does work from one of those firms, they're still billing at that same hourly rate that one of their associates bills at.
And then in addition to expertise, there could be potential conflicts, which is why you want multiple
That,
counsel.
too. Absolutely.
Thank
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-2321, which is a resolution authorizing award of the non-fair and open contract for culture and climate assessment to Culturupt for the township's climate and reporting practices. I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, I just have one question. Reading through their client list, have they worked with townships before? They have an impressive list of folks, but I didn't see any townships. And I know how town government is a little different than others.
Yeah. I can't speak to all their clients. Do you have an answer?
Yeah, I went on the website as well, and that's my only concern. I know that how they came to us, but I didn't see any previous experience with townships. So that's my question, which can't be answered tonight.
Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Well, I have the same question because working with townships and culture of townships seems to me a lot different than with private sector. Says past political clients, that can be close to government, right? So that would impress me a little. And they're from South Orange, right?
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
I think the council is different. We're a government entity, but the township is like many employers in that there are people in all kinds of functions, departments, all the departments and areas that we know. And this is about as much of, just an evaluation, I think, of people's work satisfaction and the culture of their department, their division, et cetera. I mean, I think it's meant to look at all of that, and so I think it's analogous to another work site outside of the fact that we're a governing body, so we have a different kind of relationship to that employer. Bob? No, I'm just speaking to Bob's point. Maybe it's the same point as yours. I don't know. So I just understand them to have come highly recommended, and I think this is something that we have a new HR professional. It's something that we'll be working synergistically with. A new professional is, she's getting her feet on the ground, and I think can help set her up to create, everything excellent that we want about Montclair in terms of the personnel and how we operate as a town. And so I would, wholly endorse this, so.
Any other questions, concerns, Councilman Yakobalis?
Thanks, Mayor. I would endorse it as well. It's a model I'm very familiar with from corporate HR to come in and do employee engagement surveys, pulse plans, goal setting, all of that. So I actually think it's a positive thing. It's the kind of approach that I would like to see us take because it's an outsider perspective. It's actually, the kind of perspectives that some of us bring to the role. So I'd be supportive of this. My only question is the administration of it, if it would be in the township manager's office or the HR department. And the only reason I'm asking that question is because I'm interested in the focus groups and if outsiders, folks outside of government can be considered in focus groups. I think just interviewing maybe some stakeholders who are part of, they could be sort of half in the door with government in terms of being on our advisory committees, boards, commissions, but just so we're making sure we're getting a real sample of people with
Right.
different perspectives.
And it could be all the above, but I would have it housed in HR, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Leave it to the professionals.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was my
And
only
what-
other question, ma'am. I want to make sure that what Councilman Yakabella said is going to happen, the focus groups. They do it with corporate and says they'll work with us to customize it, so just got to help us solve problems, so.
Yeah, and just the interview with leaders section does say elected leaders, so I just want to make, I don't know if that's everybody or if there's a selection of us. I would definitely like to be one of the leaders that's elected.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
that's
that
part of
must
it.
be part of any interviews, you know?
I believe they're going to take a pretty deep dive, my understanding
Okay.
is, and I think that would include everybody.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? I'll just echo my colleagues' comments that I think this is a very important thing when we talk about, where we put our priorities, and certainly doing a culture climate assessment when we also have a new HR. I think it's a perfect synergy fit, making sure we're not only in compliance, but leading the way on this and related issues. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yakobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you very much. I'll go around the horn. Mr. Manager, anything you have?
Nothing new other than the fact that we continue to fill the positions. We're in the process of onboarding the Director of Health, and we're looking to get her on board in the next couple of weeks. And then soon after that, once her feet are on the ground, we'll pivot to the Director of Senior Services.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
I have nothing further, Mayor, thank you.
Mr. Attorney?
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Deputy Attorney?
Nothing, Mayor, thank you.
Councilman Cummings?
Just the one thing, I do hope we can get Union Gardens taken care of. A lot of friends live there. As Councilman Russo knows, my Aunt Gwen was a pillar in that building, and I assure you wouldn't have gotten to this level if she was still there. So I appreciate the residents coming up and speaking because, there is a soft spot for it, and I hope that we can take care of that ASAP. That sounds so. Deputy Manager, I hope you know Aunt Gwen, so get it done.
Ace and Brutus's mom.
I'm just going to leave. This is the second night I've been here. It's after 11 o'clock. I was here last.
Mr. Mayor, one quick, I apologize. I actually have jury duty tomorrow morning in Newark at like 8 in the morning, so I'm going to bail out. Yeah. Can you believe that? Somebody wants me. So I apologize. I do have to get out
Thank you,
because I
Mr.
do have to
Deputy.
early morning. Thank you.
You bet. Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, obviously, we did speak earlier about the really deplorable housing conditions at Union Gardens, and I appreciate everyone who's been working very hard on it. We will stay on top of it, and I appreciate that our acting manager is engaging and going to be updating us, and I appreciate that, Brian. We also just have to acknowledge, as the community largely and the Asian American community is, supposed to have been celebrating a Lunar New Year, they met, multiple tragedies with acts of violence in California, and we know there's just too much of all of that happening everywhere, but it's just it was such a soul crushing kind of thing to be taking in that news over the weekend. So I've reached out, and there's a Lunar New Year festival happening Saturday at the Art Museum, and I hope folks will come out and just lend additional support on top of what you may have planned to do, but I think it's a good time for solidarity, and beyond that, you know, we carry on. Thank you.
Well, certainly, and I will just note, we'll pick up where you left off, Councilwoman, because it is important when you know we carry on. And I think we've all, unfortunately, become a little numb to some of the violence we see, and specifically when it targets certain communities, but also just in general when we talk about gun violence and some other pieces. So important for us always to not normalize what we're seeing. And, you know, I know that we all, in our ways, will do all we can to make sure that we're keep pressing on issues that can make a difference in those spaces. But thank you.
And I do hope our task force, I don't know what the update is on that.
Yeah.
The task force that we got, you know, grant money for, and this is all part of it. This didn't happen. You know, what we're describing didn't happen in this community, but we have had nothing, God forbid, so horrific, but we need to stand that up, and I don't know where that, honestly, where that stands.
Yeah, and appreciate that, you know, we're kind of ahead of that a little bit to make sure we were focusing in that space.
Exactly.
When some said maybe we didn't need to be.
Thank you.
Councilman Russo.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two things again. We had a wonderful event with the Martin Luther King Scholarship Fund. I just want to reiterate that Mr. Gill, you know, from Glenfield School, Mr. Dan Gill made a tremendous impact again with his story about keeping a chair open at the school from his bad experience when he was a kid, that somebody wouldn't let his friend who was African American into their house because there wasn't enough chairs. A terrible excuse. So Dr. King's message, you know, resonates with all of us, and I wanted to thank the Scholarship Committee for all their hard work and for having another great breakfast. I got a wonderful book about Dr. King from Stanley, who gave it to me, Stanley White, the MC, who gave me a beautiful book about Dr. King. Now, I just want to mention that my students did reports. I gave one to Councilor Schlager, a report. This issue of Watchung Plaza, and Councilor Iacobellis is here, he's very involved with it, but my students again came up with the main thing they said is the simplest thing is something I suggest to Sanjeev, the county engineer. He said, that sounds okay. Of course, we've got to enforce these signs. The signs now that we have, of course, just say right turn only. That's a positive type thing, right turn only, make a right turn, you know, but it doesn't say no left turn, which is where the problem comes in. People are not abiding by the right turn only, and unless we enforce it, we've been told by the owner of the Montclair local coffee house, Rob Genovese, that he sees lots of violations after we initially enforced a lot. So nothing's going to be done by the county on enforcement. We have to enforce. Just want to reiterate that this is a serious area that's been 70 years of attention. The professor at Montclair State, Susan Tolchin, just passed away a few years ago. My students, they did a study, they dug up all of her old articles from 50 years ago about putting a light there, and it never happened, and for 50 years we've never solved that problem. So the first thing I'm advocating is that we put some signage that says, and the county has to do it again, Robert Jackson will go to, but it should say no left turn as well as right turn only. But please, people who go through Watchung, do not make the left turn, because the sign doesn't say that, doesn't mean you can do it. So it's no left turn, and it's a right turn only onto Watchung, and we've got to enforce it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Iacobellis.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I would amplify that. Councilor Russo, I've watched numerous people break that law on a regular basis. The good news is the county announced today that they are going to put a traffic light in, and so that'll sort of force behaviors to change. It's a real different thing crossing over the intersection and ignoring a sign versus going through a red light. So I think the signage will get improved with that, and then we'll have to obviously step up the enforcement with that as well. And then to Councilor Price Abrams' point, the irony in this week was I had just hosted with the Montclair Ambulance Unit in my personal professional capacity a training on active shooting scenarios, and had just sent the recording to AAPI Montclair and other diverse groups within a 24-hour period of the shooting happening in California. And I was just reminded that, you know, out Montclair and AAPI, all these groups popped up in these last few years, both in response to violence and hatred and all these things that have come up. So All of these communities feel it acutely. It was, and obviously right before that, it was synagogues were targeted. So it's just spin the wheel, and this next group is targeted. It's almost just like in a regular cycle. So it is an epidemic that we need to be dealing with, I think, as a country. But in a place like Montclair, it's beautiful to see all these organizations flourishing, and I know all of us support them, and we show up at all of these great events. So I just want to thank everybody for all of the MLK events all over the place. Beautiful things took place, fixing up the basement of the animal shelter. The Eagle Scouts came in and they did a complete refurbishment. They built shelving units. They organized all their inventory. It looked like Petco when they were done. So it's beautiful, saving tons of money and time for the folks at the animal shelter. We had a group of over 100 college students from Montclair State University come to the firehouse, put together fire safety kits, and deliver those to residents in the immediate vicinity of the firehouse. Another beautiful example of service. Kids cleaned up, volunteers worked at Tony's Kitchen to organize things. Kids cleaned up one of the art rooms at Watchung School, and just on and on and on and on. I estimated over 1,000 people participated in service on Martin Luther King Day. So just remembering that was just really powerful, and actually energized me thinking about the next generation and gave me a little bit of hope. So we continue to do good work. Obviously, budgets are really, really strained. I appreciate some of you guys sticking around. I think we heard, the fire department needs more firefighters. The police department needs more police officers. Everybody needs millions of dollars worth of new equipment and vehicles. So we have got a really tough set of decisions ahead of us, and I don't think there's right decisions. I think there are just tough decisions, and that's what we're going to be facing over the next few weeks. So with that, I say thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I think that's often the position we're faced, right? Making tough choices, and certainly knowing that there aren't always great options in terms of what you do have to cut and what you do leave in a budget. So certainly we're mindful of that as we work backwards. I certainly will note, we have seen all the hatred that you've talked about, and certainly, we know the damage and pain that's inflicted there. But as we always know too, we can't drive out darkness with darkness, as has been said. So it's great to see all these organizations of love, really, and I think that's perfect Montclair fit. I think that's where we get our hope, and it's exciting to see, and I think that exemplifies itself when we see also all the service that we saw, certainly in honor of Dr. King, but know that commitment has to last, and we have to keep engaging on those fronts as well, and we as adults have to make sure we're doing better for our kids always. So with that, I want to thank everybody and thank my colleagues, and with that, I'm intending a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned.